Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. We're changing now, we're moving on to the poems, and these are what they're called Poems of Dreams, and they're all from around 1855 and onwards. So I'm just going to start with the first poem. Bear in mind, because they are old, it might be Old English language, so we'll see as we go through them. To Dreamland. Oh, blessed land of dreams, soft memories and blissful hours are thine. Strange moonlit fountains and fitful gleams surrounded thy shrine. Dreams for the weary one, who through a long and toilsome day must weep. Come with sweet music, breathing in their tone, in balmy sleep. Dreams for the broken-hearted, glad angel tones arise from the dim past, telling of hours that have long since departed, too bright to last. Dreams for the stained of crime, thoughts of their innocent and early years, come rushing away them from the past of time with bitter tears. Dreams, too, for those who mourn, of that blessed realm which knows not care or pain, from whence the dead to vision land return, we meet again. Dreams unto us are given to soothe the weary and the heart oppressed, a realm of visions poised, twixt earth and heaven, we call thee blessed. The next one is called Abbot. If you dream of an abbot, it means great age, great knowledge. Sadly, through yon graveyard creeps the abbot hold and whore. His long beard in the night wind sweeps. His heart knows joy no more. No more he hears, no more he sees. A long staff guides his way. What seeks he there? Why brave the breeze? He counts the graves, they say. And ever as he counts, it seems as still were wanting one. He shakes his hoary head and deems next day his race is run. Not yet is made that couch his own. Warm tears his one cheek slave. When you firm fabrics overthrown, he'll only find his grave. The next. Ashes are on my head, and on my lips sackcloth, and in my breast a heaviness and weariness of life that makes me ready to say to the dead abbots under us, make room for me. Absence. Absence from home, if you dream of that or distant journeying, it's the most favourable omen in dreams, because it generally means great happiness is on the way. Fare thee well, thou lane so humble. Quiet home, farewell to thee. Sadly gazed I on my parents, and my Mary gazed on me. How so far I wander, still for home and love I long. Merit sing my wild companions, but it seems a hollow song. Other cities oft receive me, other maidens oft I see. Other maidens are they truly, not the maiden loved by me. Other cities, other maidens, here so lost and sad I stand. Other maidens, other cities, give me back my father's land. Why must our souls thus love and thus be riven? Return thy parting wakes, mine agony. Poetry of Dreams, the next one. There's no title for the actual poem, I'm afraid. Must I then, from my homeland away, and my love no longer see? In a year from today, I'll return my own heart's love to thee. Think not, if other maids I meet, that false I e'er can be. If thou art true to me, sweet, thine own love I'll be. In a year, when the vintage hath come, again I'll be here by thy side. If thou art true to me, then we'll be happy as bridegroom and bride. In a year my wandering will be o'er, then I'll dream of thee and thine. If thou art true to me, then I'll be blessed and make thee mine. The next is account books. To dream of account books, receipts, notes, bills, it means great wealth. To go over such business documents or to add up figures is a sign that some weighty affair has been neglected and requires immediate attention, apparently anyway. Take and tret, gross and net, box and hoggets, dry and wet, ready-made of every grade, wholesome retail, will you trade? Goods for sale, roll or bale, ell a quarter, yard a nail, every dye, will you buy? No one can sell as cheap as I. Thus each day wears away, and his hair is turning grey. He nightly looks o'er his books, counts his grains and bolts his locks. By and by he must die, but the ledger book on high will unfold how he sold, how he got and used his gold. Interesting. There's another one. Again, some of these, they don't have an actual title. A sound of music, such as they might deem, the song of spirits that would sometimes sail close to their ear, a deep, delicious stream, then sweep away and die with a low wail, then come again. I've heard thee wake with touch refined, the viewless harp strings of the wind, when on my ears their soft tones fell, sweet as the voice of Israel. Hast heard in dreams the wind harp's tone, then in thy soul rejoice. No one is friendless and alone who hears its spirit's voice. The next one is anchors, as in, anchors for boats. And apparently, if you dream of an anchor, it could be a sign of fulfillment or a long-deferred hope, depending on how many. If there are more anchors, it kind of means a hindrance or a delay in something. But if there's just a few, then it means security and such, or, it means something that's been fulfilled, something happy. But the more anchors are there, the more it implies that you're delaying something or there's hindrance to something that should not be hindered. Anyway, the poem Anchor. At first, all deadly shapes were driven tumultuously across her sleep, and o'er the vast cup of bending heaven, all ghastly visaged clouds did sweep. And as towards the east she turned, she saw aloft in the morning air, which now with hues of sunrise burned, a great black anchor rising there. And wherever the lady turned her eyes, it hung before her in the skies. The sky was blue as the summer sea, The depths were cloudless overhead. The air was calm as it could be. There was no sight, no sound of dread, but the black anchor floating still over the piney eastern ill. The poem Angels. To dream of angels is joy and prosperity, fulfillment of a dearest hope. Perchance she knows it by her dreams, her eye hath caught the golden gleams, angelic presence testifying that sound her everywhere are flying around. Ostulates from which she may presume that much of heaven is in the room. Skirting her own bright hair they run, and to the sunny add more sun. But may ye, not unseen, around us hover, with gentle promptings and sweet influence yet, though the fresh glory of those days be over, when midst the palm trees man your footsteps met. Are you not near, when faith and hope rise high, when loved by strength? Oh, your master's agony, it is a beautiful, a blessed relief that the beloved dead, grown angels, watch the dear ones left behind. Light as the angel, shapes that bless, an infant's dream, yet not the less, rich in all women's loveliness. The next one is Antiquities, Curiosities. To dream of antique, rare and costly objects, well, it generally means a happy event, arrival of a dear friend, or a fortune, or a fortunate, unexpected discovery. Cases of rare medallions, coins antique, found in dust of cities, Rome and Greek, and urns of alabaster, soft and bright, with fawns and dancing shepherds on their sides, and costly marble vases dug from night, in Pompeii beneath its lava tides, cluster of arms, the spoil of ancient wars, old scimitars of true Damascus brand, short swords with basket hilts to guard the hand, and iron casques with rusty visor bars, lances and spears, and battle axes keen, with crescent edges, shields with studded thorns, yew boughs and shafts, and carved bugle horns, with tasselled baldries of the Lincoln green, and the walls with lifted curtains see the portraits of my noble ancestry. Then featured stately dames with powdered locks, and courtly shepherdesses tending flocks, stiff lords in wigs, and ruffles white as snow, hot peers and princes centuries ago, and dark Sir Hugh, the bravest of the line, with all the knightly scars he won in Palestine. If in his study he have such a care to hang all strange things, let his wife beware. The pictures emblazoned books, the glittering armour and the oaken screen, grotesque with wry-faced, purgatorial shapes. The end. And I'm going to finish off with the last one, and it's just animals in general. To dream of many kind of animals can mean many different things. So if you dream of a herd of animals, then it means something strange or a direful adventure is on its way. The poem Animals. While he does speak, there come into my mind this fearful dream, whereout I waked was, I saw a river stocked with storms of wind, whereas through a swan a bull aboard did pass, tranching the fish and fire with teeth of brass. Methought this stream did drown the cruel boar, in little space it grew so deep and broad, but he had killed the bull and swan before. Besides all this, I saw an ugly toad crawl towards me, on which methought I trode. But what became of her, or what of me? My sudden waking would not let me see. The end. And we shall continue with the next one now, because this is still in animals, although it's a little bit different to the other. It's more a Noah's Ark theory. I had a dream last night of a Noah's Ark. Methought I saw the beasts go two by two, up a long plank and into their abode. First came the nobler brutes, and then in turn, by mild graduation, walked the viler sort, and after all the reptiles. Then I saw those insects which more terrify the brave than lions, snakes, or tigers, far there flew, or crept according to his kind. The bug, the cockroach and mosquito, last and worst, meaner than all, vilest among the vile, came too small, irritilinga, ooze, ignorance, but half out-topped their venom. When I saw this paltry vermin closing up the train, I called to Noah and in sorrow cried, O great Ark, patriarch, if it needs must be, keep the mosquitoes and the Cheniadiah, the murderous flea and the Echen cockroach, yea, spare the bugs, forgive me, reader mine. But oh, block out that vilest pair, who crawl disgracing all before them. So I would, the sire replied, and kill them both to boot. But 'tis ordained that filthy things must live. Eon, for there must be mutual torture before I walk. I have no idea what that means. It's a very bizarre poem. It's a very, very old poem. Interesting nonetheless. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Poems of Dreams. The very old poems, might I add. We're now on the anvil. To dream of hammering on an anvil means success and honour in spite of opposition and enmity. I dreamt I stood by a roaring fire, near the blacksmith, grimy and grim, and watched the blaze rise higher and higher as it lit up each brawny limb. Bang, bang, his hammer rang and drove out many a spark. They seemed the devil's own fireflies as they darted through the dark. The smith struck high, the smith struck low, as over his work he bent. And if every blow had been on a foe, a battle had soon been sent. Cling, cling, the steel doth ring, in flaming crimson dressed. Of all the callings that I know, I love the blacksmith's best. King Siegfried of old was a blacksmith bold, and well on the iron could pound. With his very first blow, he drove, I'm told, the anvil into the ground. Round, round, into the ground, and beat his hammer flat. No man alive, but a blacksmith stout, could strike you a blow like that. And Siegfried became a monarch of might, and as you might clearly see, if a man would rise in power and height, a blacksmith he first must be. Smack, smack, with many a crack, as the hammers, the spade, and the plough. For so did Tubal Cain of old, and he must do so now. The next is apples. Large fair apples, they're a sign for him or her, for love, lovers. Sour apples that signify some strife and discord. The scholar who dreams of apples is one that will make great progress in wisdom. The poem. At length, she said, that in a slumber sound, she dreamed a dream of walking in a wood obscure, like that where Dante found himself in at the age when all grow good, and that this wood was full of pleasant fruits, and trees of godly growth, and spreading roots, and in the midst a golden apple grew, a most prodigious pippin, but it hung rather too high and distant, that she threw her glances on it, and then longing flung stones, and whatever she could pick up, to bring down the fruit, which still perviously did hung to its own bough, and dangled yet in sight, but always at most provoking height. But all are empty, unsubstantial shades that ramble through those visionary glades. No spongy fruits from verdant tree dispend, but sickly orchards there do fruits as sickly bear, and apples a consumptive visage shew, and withered hangs the whortle berry blue. And that's the apples, guys. The next is apricots. To dream of apricots is a sunny life, free from the world's harsher influences, blessed with happiness, wealth, and friendship. Now the poem. On what a life is mine, a life of light and mirth, the sensuous life of earth, forever fresh and fine, a heavenly worldliness, mortality divine, when eastern skies, the sea and misty plain, illumined slowly, doff their nightly shrouds, and heaven's bright archer, morn begins to rain, his golden arrows through the banded clouds. I rise and tramp away the Gion hours, knee-deep in grass and dewy beds of flowers. Sometimes I lounge in arbors hung with vines, and press the bunchy grapes in various wines, to which I sip and sip with pleasure mute, o'er mouthful bites of golden rinded fruit, parting their separate favours, bliss by bliss, like one who swoons in some immortal kiss. I dreamed of plucking blushing apricots, the pleasant darlings of the summer sun. I felt their sides give way within my palm, like a soft maiden's cheek. The end. And that's the next part of our Poems of Dreams. Very old, like I said, but extremely interesting to listen to and learn. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and Poems of Dreams. We're now on the arch. The dream of passing under an arch. That says that you will travel much in distant countries. You'll meet with many strange adventures and have a variety of curious experiences, which might not be all that bad. Now, the poems. For all experience is an arch wherethrough gleams that unravelled world whose margin fades forever and forever when I move. And the next one. I slept and dreamed. Before me stood an arch, appointed ogive framed in carvings quaint, whose sabred sides rose from antique base, and niching in their course, full many a saint. O demon grim, whom age had worn alike, while here and there a trailing ivy hung, as if all time, like artist void of skill, or were over finished work, had drapery flung. And all unheeding through the arch I passed, when lo, another life seemed gathering round, new years were added to the past, and forms yet unknown stole o'er my spirits bound, yet laughed to me like friends. And when I turned in bashful wonder from their merry eyes, I felt that they were friends of days to come, in other countries and neath other skies. Now we are on to the arrow. To dream of finding or shooting an arrow is a sign or an omen of death, apparently. Not necessarily for oneself, but for someone close by. The first poem. His bow for action ready, bent, and arrows with a head of stone, can only mean that life is spent, and not the old ideas gone. The second poem. Give me my bent bow in my hand, and a broad arrow I'll let flee, and where that shaft is taken up, there shall be my grave digged. Be. Full many a shaft at random sent finds mark the archer never meant, and many a word at random spoken can soothe or heal a heart that's broken. The last poem about arrows. My life is in my hand, and lo, I grasp and bend it as a bow, and shoot forth from its trembling string an arrow that shall be, perchance, like the arrow of the Israelite king, that of the Lord's deliverance. The next is battle. To dream of battles like armies marching in ranks with weapons and fortifications and such. Well, that is a warning. It's meant to be an evil sign to those that you love, and to, obviously, be aware that a fight may be on its way, regardless whether it be family, friends, such and such. That's what it's meant to mean. Of course, that's what it meant in 1855. Of course, it may have changed now. I don't know. And as you know, we can dream of different battles and they mean different things. But hey-ho. The poem. O my Lord, my good Lord, why are you thus alone? For what offence have I this fortnight been a banished woman from my Harry's bed? In thy faint slumbers I by thee have watched, and heard the murmur tales of iron wars, speak terms of manage to thy bounding steel, cry courage to the field, and thou hast talked of sallies and retires, of trenches, tents, of palisadoes, frontiers, parapets, of basilisks, of cannon, culverin even, culverin, of prisoners' ransom, and of soldiers slain, and all the currents of a heady fight. The next poem regarding battles. Ever in my nightly slumber comes a wily, wild, and fearful dream of a dark plain course, encumbered by a roaring, blood-stained stream. Ever hear I mind, wind moaning, mid the cannon-broken trees, ever hear a dreary groaning, wafted on the sulphry breeze, and amid the dead and dying, one pale face alarms me yet, mid the maddened horses lying, one that I can ne'er forget. The next is beating blows. Oh, well, if you dream of someone giving you a blow, generally means a domestic feud, a domestic fight, domestic problems. Of course, if you are the one giving the blows, it means beware of your temper in recent time to come. It may flare up, so do be warned. Anyway, poems of beating. When shores beam sheen and shreds full, fair and fair, and leaves both large and long, it is merry walking in the fair forest, to hear the birds, small birds' song. The wood well sang, and would not cease, sitting upon the spey. So louder he wakened Robin Hood in the green wood where he doth lay. Now by my fay, said jolly Robin, a dream I had this night. I dreamt me of two whitey yeomen that fast with me can fight. Methought they did me beat and bind, and took me, bore me fro. If I be Robin alive in this land, I'll be woken, revenged on them too. Dreams are swift, master, quoth John, as the wind bloweth all the ill, for if it be never so loud this night, tomorrow it may be still. And there is an example of some very old English. The words were always accentuated back then. For example, in English, today, took is T-O-O-K, as in I took something, they took something. Back then, it was T-O-O-K-E, took. You see? It was always exaggerated back then. The next is beauty. So to dream of beauty, devenir, now that's a favourable one to have, because it's kind of an omen to those who labour industriously. For it's the nature and spring of all life and activity. And this is a good sign, not only to travellers, but to those who propose remaining still. For it stirreth up even the idolent and unwilling to activity. What it means is it puts things into perspective. It brings about activity even from those who would never usually move. It's a positive thing, really, because it brings about movement and work. The poem. I slept and dreamed that life was beauty. I woke and found that life was duty. Was then my dream a shadowy lie? Toil on, said heart, courageously, and thou shalt find thy dream to be a noonday light and truth to thee. The next poem. On a pleasant summer day, in a garden as I lay, drowsed with the perfume of 1,000 flowers, mine eyes enchanted with their rainbow gleaming, and lulled by ever-dropping fountain showers. I fell asleep. From sleep I fell to dreaming, when lo, beside me sat the Dame of Love, the queen of whitest fairness clad in light. But she was stern and ruffled. Oh, and a dove, what dost thou here? She cried. Arise and write. Go forth and labour. Put thy armour on. Do anything, but something thou must do. They lie, who say I love a faineant, and slander love with libel most untrue. The brave, thou knowest, alone deserve the fair. But who are now the brave in every land? Though love in idleness be sweet to wear, I love it best when plucked by labour's hand. The next poem. If in the warm and passionate hour, when reason sleeps in fancy's bower, if thou hast ever felt a dream of delicate beauty melt into the heart's recess, seen by the soul and seen by the mind, but indistinct, its loveliness, adored and not defined, a bright creation, a shadowy ray, fading and flitting in mist away, nothing to gaze on and nothing to hear, but something to cheat the eye and ear, with a fond conception and joy of both, so that you might that hour be loath to change for someone's sweetest kiss the visions of unenduring bliss, or lose for someone's sweetest tone the murmur thou drinkest all alone. If such a vision hath ever been but thine, thou hast a heart that may look on mine. And now we move on to the beech tree. And when you dream of a beech tree, it brings prosperity and peace. In reality, to dream of a birch tree means those things are coming your way. The poem. Oh, leave this barren spot to me. Spare woodman, spare the beechen tree. Though shrub or floweret never grow, my wan unwanning shade below, nor fruits of glossy autumn born, my green and glossy leaves adorn, nor murmuring tribes from me derive the ambrosial treasures of the hive. Yet leave this little spot to me. Spare, woodman, spare the beechen tree. Thrice 20 summers I have stood in bloomless, fruitless solitude, since childhood is my rustling bower first spent its sweet and sportive hour, since youthful lovers in my shade their vows of truth and rapture paid, and on my trunk's surviving frame carved many a long forgotten name. Oh, by the vows of gentle sound first breathed upon this sacred ground, by all that love hath whispered here, our beauty heard with ravished ear, as love's own altar, honour me. Spare, woodman, spare the beechen tree. Beer and ale is the next. A sign of good fortune, actually, if it's a good beer, an ale. If it's not a good beer and ale, then it might be a time of turmoil. Anyway, the poem. In a jolly field of barley, good King Cambrinus slept, and dreaming of his thirsty realm, the merry monarch wept. In all my land of Netherland, there grows no mead or wine, and water I could never coax down this throat of mine. Now, list to me, ye heathen gods, and eke ye Christian too, both Zernok, Zernbok, and Jupiter, and Mary, Mary, clothed in blue, and mighty Thor, the thunderer, and any else that be, the one who aids me in my need, a servant I will be. And as the sinful heathen all in the barley lay, there came in dreams an angel, bright, whose soft these words did say, Arise, arise thou poor Cambrinus, for even all around, in the barley where thou sleepest, a nectar may be found. In the barley where thou sleepest, there hides a nectar clear, which men shall know in later times as porter, ale, or beer. Then in terms the most explicit, be put the monarch through, and gave him ere the dream was out, the recipe to brew. O Bros, good king Cambrinus, and shook him in the sun. Away, ye wretched heathen gods, with you. I'm quit and done. You've left me with my subjects in error, and in this thirst, till in our dreadful dryness we scarce know which is worst. It was the good Cambrinus unto his palace went, and messages through all the land unto his lords he sent. Leave Odin under pain of death. His orders were severe, yet touched with mildness, for he sent the recipe for good old beer. Oh, then a merry sound was heard of building through land, and the churches and the breweries went up on every hand, for the masons they were hard at work, wherever a spot seemed pat, and some had bricks within their hods, and some within their hats. And there is a short one. Beer si, sit clearum est sincerum. Elum si, sit stallion non est malum. That's Latin. The other is a bohemian, and it's actually meant to be a song. Kdigo, Slirik, Tamgi Maladek, Tamgi Taki, Pawawiek, Kde, Sepowa Waj, Tamsi Dore Daj, Pagdami, Tam A Pajmi Ho, Aido, Ranna Bejaho. I have no idea what that means, guys. No idea if I've even said it correctly. Haven't a clue, but just did my best. But those are the poems for beers and ales, I guess. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, and welcome back to another episode of Poems of Dreams. Do remember they are 1855, so they are very old. They're written also in very old English, so sometimes they may sound a bit odd, but still. The next one is bees. To dream of finding a bee is a sign that you will have a new or another, well, it actually says servant, because it's old. I guess back then that's what it probably meant. Whereas now, a bee is more about prosperity, and having something sweet happen in your life and such. Depending on how many you see, where you see them, what's happening, it's all very different today regarding dreams, and you have to take different items from dreams, different processes to put the dream together in order to get the message that it relays, apparently. Back then, I suppose, apparently, if you just dream of finding a bee, it's a sign of having a new servant, which I did not know until just now. Now, if it's a whole life, it means that you will be a leader. You'll be a leader, whether that's in work or, in a hobby or an event. It does not specify. But again, this is from 1855. It's probably changed a bit now. Anyway, the poem. While Chloe told her maid a score of conquest made night before, and rapid ran them o'er in glee, right in upon her flew a bee. Help! Help! She cries with eager breath. Oh, help, dear Jane, I'm stung to death. The honey monster, crush or chase. Oh dear, my bosom, lip and face. But Chloe's sobs were balmy south, so the bee settled on her mouth, and Chloe swoons as if she'd die, while Jane prepares to brain the fly. But the gay bee, discreet though young, guarded his person by his tongue, and moral bee, as beauties know, can plead for life, like Cicero. Pardon, mistake, sweet belle, heaven knows, I took your tulips for a rose. Excuse, so palpable and neat, exalted Chloe from her seat. Ah, Jane, she cries, put down the fan. I'd no brain him than I would a man. Go lift the sash. Be stung so light, it seemed a mere mosquito bite. Engaging creature, I'll be bound. He left some honey on the wound, and it means wound. That's the difference. So back then, they would change the sounding of words so that they rhymed, but it would not be uncommon to find a wound would be wound, wound. They pronounced it very differently. Now the next one is about beheading. Do bear in mind again, 1855. They did behead people in the UK, anyway. So to dream of beheading, or of seeing anyone beheaded, is a favourable thing to see. It's indicative of a speedy marriage, or a marriage to a prisoner that's due to be released. Now, if it's dreamed that you yourself is beheaded, this is a great firmness, energy and nobility. Death by the axe belongs only to those of gentle blood. So therefore it's a good omen, not a bad one. The poem. I looked upon his brow, no sign of guilt or fear were there. He stood as proud by that death shrine as even our despair. He had a power in his eye, there was a quenchless energy, a spirit that could dare the deadliest form that death could take, and dare it for the daring's sake. I saw him once before. He rode upon a coal-black steed, and tens of thousands thronged the road, and bade their warriors speed. His helm, his breastplate were of gold, engraved with many a dint that told of many a soldier's deed. The sun shone on his sparkling mail, and danced his snow plume on the gale. But now he stood chained and alone, the headman's by his side, The plume, the helm, the charger, gone. The sword which had defied the mightiest lay broken near, and yet no sigh or sound of fear came from that lip of pride, and never king or conqueror's brow wore higher look than did his now. He bent beneath the headman's stroke with an uncovered eye. A wild shout from the numbers broke, who thronged to see him die. It was a people's loud acclaim, the voice of anger and of shame, a nation's funeral cry, Rome's wail above her only son, a patriot, and her latest one. Bells ringing next. To dream of the ringing of bells, this is a sign of grief and sorrow, but also enmity. Now, the poem. It is not strange that as ye sung, seemed in my ear a death peal rung, such as in nunneries they toll for some departing sister's soul. Say, what may this portend? Then first the palmer silence broke. The livelong day he had not spoke, the death of a dear friend. The next poem. Loud ringing changes, all our bells are marred, jangled they have and jarred. So long, they're out of tune and out of frame, they seem not now the same. Put them in frame anew, and once begin to tune them so that they may all chime in. The next one. There is a mighty noise of bells, rushing from the turret free, a solemn tale of truth it tells, our land and sea. Our hearts be breaking fast, and then wax whole a grain. From the tower, heavy, slow, tolls the funeral note of woe, sad and solemn with its knell attending some new wanderer on the last way wending. The next one is bewildered, which means like amazed, to be astonished. To dream that you're bewildered yourself, well, it's a sure sign that you will soon receive good news. Again, I remind you, this is 1855, okay? So, the poem that goes with it. As doctors in their deepest doubts stroke up their foreheads high, or when, amazed, their sorrow floats by screaming with the eye, or as they made a sun charged with woe, shews water in her eyes, or as the schoolboy is loth to go, doth traunt scouse devise, or as a wanton in her muse doth stand and bite the lip, or as the prisoner cannot choose, but stays to take the whip. Even so stood he all spent and gone, solemn, deep, posset. Anon he walks aside alone, and shews his heart molest. To broken gleams, glimmered the things I saw so mixed with dreams, that vain confusion blinded every sense, and knowledge me left. Then me left me, asleep intense, fell on my brain and hold me as the dead, until a sudden tumult smote my head, and a strong glare, as when a torch is whirled, before a sleeper's eyes brought back the world. And that's Bayard Taylor. They are the oldest poems. They are very old, from a long time ago. So the next one is birds singing. To dream that you hear birds singing is an indication that you will soon have pleasant news, which is more or less the same as today. So that's good. The poem. On May Day, when the lark began to rise, to make matins went to lusty nightingale, with a temple-shapen hawthorn wise. He might not sleep in all the night a tale, but Domine labia, Gani cry gale, my lippus open, Lord of love I cry, and let my mouth thy praising now bewray. Laudete sang the lark with voice full shrill, and eke the kite, O admirable. This choir we throw, mine ears pierce and thrill, but what welcome this May season, quoth he, and honour to the Lord of love mote be, that hath this fest so solemn and so high. Amen, said all, and so said Eka the pie. Thus sang they all the services of the feast, and that was done right, early my dome, and forth goeth all the court, both most and least, to fetch the foulest flesh and branch and bloom. Eke each at overthrew flowers bright, the primrose, the violet and the gold. So then as I beheld the royal sight, my lady gan me suddenly behold, and with a true love plittered many a fold. She smote me through the very heart as blithe and Venus, yet I thank I am alive. The next one is blood. To dream of collecting blood, this is like a token of golden success in love. To see blood running generally means a sign of not necessarily death, as in like someone dying, but something is ending for a new beginning, so to speak. The poem. And I said, I met, dreamed of him all night. He would have slain me as I lay upright, and all my bed was full of very blood. But yet I hope truly he should do me good, for blood betokeneth gold, as I was taught. The next one, and again was still on the subject blood. When day was gone and night had come, and all men fast asleep, then came the spirit of fair Margaret, and stood at William's feet. As you awake, sweet William, she said, Oh, sweet William, are you asleep? God give you joy of your gay bride bed, and me of my winding sheet. When day was come and night was gone, and all men waked from sleep, sweet William to his lady said, My dear, I have cause to weep. I dreamt a dream, my dear lady, such dreams are never good. I dreamed my bower was full of red wine, and my bride bed full of blood. Such dreams, my honoured sir, they never do prove good. To dreams thy bower was full of red wine, and thy bride bed full of blood. He called up his merry men all, by one, by two, and by three, saying, I'll away to fair Margaret's bower, by the leave of my lady. And when he came to fair Margaret's bower, he knocked at the ring, and who so ready as her 7 brethren to let sweet William in? Then he turned up the covering sheet, Pray let me see the dead. Methinks she looks as pale and wan, she hath lost her cherry red. Deal on, my merrymen all. Deal on your cake and wine, for whatever is dealt at a funeral today shall be dealt tomorrow at mine. Fair Margaret died today. Sweet William died the morrow. Fair Margaret died for pure love. Sweet William died for sorrow. And that's the end of that set of poems. Thank you so much for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to Poems of Dreams. We're now on the ball. Now, to dream of a ball is a sign you will be betrayed, you'll be pursued, or prosecuted. However, I'm going to say this again, these poems are from 1855. A lot of things have changed since then, and I'm sure that there's been more meanings added to dreams, but, anyway, the poem that goes with. So, on a day he laid him down to sleep, and so befell that in sleep him thought, that in a forest fast he walked to weep, for love of her that him these pains wrought. And up and down, as he be forest sought, he dreamed he saw a boar with tusks great, that slept against the bright sun's heat. That's Dougal, clapping his chops. And by this boar, fast in her arms fold, lay kissing, his lady bright, Chrysaide, for sorrow of which, when he is gone behold, and for despite, out of his slope, he, bride, and loud he cried, on, ponderous and sighed. Oh, ponderous now know I crop and root. I'm not dead. There, 'tis none other boot. And I couldn't tell you what that means. And there is another bit to that poem that was added at a later date, so it was changed and then this was added. And more than a presenteth to mine eye the picture of an angry chaffing boar, under whose sharp fangs on his back doth lie an image like thyself, all stained with gore, whose blood upon the fresh flowers being shed, doth make them droop with grief and hang the head. This is a different poem, and this is about a boar, and it's by Beaucaire. Beaucaire, that's how you say it. A wounded boar, flying before his spear, forsook the closer covert of the wood, and mad with terror, harrowed through the glades, trailing his life behind him, towards a town, followed by Ugo and his baying hounds. The forest ruffian sped, but when the dogs laid their hot muzzles to his straining flank, into the open road he plunged amain, and scoured the fearful pathway. And that is that one. You see how they are very much worded very differently, aren't they, back then? It's surprising to see how differently they are. And I think one forgets also, a poem does not need to rhyme. It's nice when it rhymes, it sounds nice when it rhymes, but it does not need to rhyme. It just needs to have some significance to yourself, or to whom the person it's for. Now we go to a boat. So to dream that you're floating over water in a boat, it's a good omen, particularly if you are in love, because it means your love shall return. It's an appropriate dream should you dream of being all alone and the boat's upside down, because that means turmoil in a relationship. Water, anyway, is always a sign of emotions in dreams. Anyway, poem. There, at unrest, in hard position, sudden he saw a dreary vision. He dreamed that in a lonely boat he rocked upon the palace moat. And then we have another one. Erne quiero madre. And that's basically, I'll go to you, my mother. I'll go to you both, my mother. It's what's said in the first line, but that's in Latin. Irme quiero madre. I'll go to my mother. It does not have the boat in it. I'm not sure why in the Latin it doesn't, but it doesn't. I'll go to you, yon boat, my mother. Oh yes, to yon boat I'll go. I'll go with the mariner, mother, and I'll be a mariner too. Tell me, ye waves, if ever a maid so bright and fair assailed all your form. Ah, never was such a damsel there. 'Tis nothing to me, my mother, what love commands I'll do. I'll go with the mariner, mother, and I'll be a mariner too. And that poem's by, because this one has the name, Louis D. Guilmonet. And this poem, which is a poem about a boat, this is The Funeral Boat by Louisa Stuart Costello. A guideless boat gone floating on, and ceased that low, melodious swell, sad as the water's parting tone, that lingers still within the shell. Sir Lancelot, with eager eye, drew nigh thee unwonted fright to greet. The wave heaved sullenly on high, and laid its burden at his feet. He saw fair flowers and jewels bright, he saw a face so pallid hue, and shrank, all heart-struck at the sight. For well, alas, that face he knew. And then we move on to books. So to dream of holding a book states that you are depending upon some sort of power, not necessarily power that makes you a greedy person, some sort of knowledge, some sort of something profitable gained in order to progress forward. However, when you're dreaming about lots of books, for example, in a library, that's knowledge to come, knowledge that you will earn or be granted. But when you're dreaming about books as in like, I don't know, let's say you are marking books, you're in a classroom and you're marking books. If you're making good progress, this means good progress in your work. If you're behind and marking the books that you are and you have a pile, this means that you are overrun with work. You are taking on too much and you need to slow down. So you see how dreams change and they have different meanings depending on what it is. But this just states that a dream in general means that you are depending on some knowledge, whereas I know the further meaning of the book now is a lot more significant to other things. A blank book actually signifies a maiden as well, apparently. Well, it did back then anyway. Take back the virgin page, white and unwritten still. Some hand more calm and sage the leaf must fill. Yet let me keep the book, or shall my heart renew when on its leaves I look, dear thoughts of you. Like you, 'tis fair and bright, like you, too bright and fair, to let wild passion right, one wrong wish there. That's one poem, and that's by Moore. Another poem. He sat and read a book with silver clasps, all gorgeous with illuminated lines. Of gold and crimson lay upon a frame before him. 'Twas a volume of old time, and in it were fine mysteries of the stars, solved with a cunning wisdom and strange thoughts, half prophecy and poetry and dreams, clearer than truth and speculations wild, that touched the secrets of your very soul. They were so based on nature. N.P. Welly, that's who wrote that. And I'm going to leave this part here for now, guys. Thank you for joining me once again for the Poems of Dreams. And please hit that like, share if you can, and do consider subscribing. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. So we're on the seas now to the Poems of Dreams and we're on Castle. So if you dream you're something like among castle groves or the moat, I suppose, that could be a sign that you need to look after your welfare. To actually own a castle is a sign of some sort of honour, like a nobility to it. So that's what it meant back then, should I say. So, the poem, Hast thou seen that lordly castle? That castle by the sea, golden and red above it, the clouds float gorgeously, and fain it would stoop downward to the mirrored wave below, and fain it would roar upward in the evening's crimson glow. Well, have I seen that castle by the sea, and the moon above it standing, and the mist rise solemnly. The winds and the waves of ocean, had they a merry chime? Didst thou hear from thou lofty chambers the harp and the minstrel's rhyme? The winds and the waves of the ocean, they rested quietly, but I heard on the gale a sound of wail, and tears came to my eye. And sawest thou on the turrets the king and his royal bride, and the wave of their crimes, mantles, and the golden crown of pride? Led they not forth in rapture a beauteous maiden there, resplendent on the morning sun, beaming with golden hair? Well, saw I the ancient parents without the crown of pride, though moving slow in weeds of woe, no maiden was by their side. And the next are caverns. To dream of dwelling in a cavern, it signifies that you are not withstanding all your abilities. You are remaining hidden when you should not. You're obscuring something, or you refuse to go forward and you are purposely obscured where you want to go because it sort of scares you, apparently. The poem. We'll dream of caverns in the lonely wild, and dim light glistening from the crystal walls, and o'er the Stygian waters, cold as snow, that wash the statues rode in rock of men, whose battle axes of the flint stone cut, clashed in the conflict centuries ago. Such cooling dreams shall charm us, till again we tempt the timid dwellers in the stream, and the day, grown rich as night steals on, like hopes more brightly blooming, neath death's noble hour. Hence, loathed melancholy of Cerberus and blackest midnight born, its Stygian cave forlorn, amongst horrid shapes and shreks and sights unholy, find out some uncouth cell, where brooding darkness spreads her jealous wings, and the night heaven sings. There, under her bond shades, low-browed rocks, as ragged as thy locks, in dark Cimmerian desert, ever dwell. And the next poem is, ere long they come where the same wicked wight his dwelling has, low in a hollow cave, far underneath a craggy cliff, ye pite, dark, doleful, dreary, like a greedy grave. The next poem. One night, my task, diurnal done, for I had travelled with the sun, o'er burning sands, o'er snows. Fatigued, I sought the couch of rest, my wanton prayer to heaven addressed. But scarce had I my pillow pressed, when thus a vision rose. Methought within a desert cave, cold, dark, and solemn as a grave, I suddenly awoke. It seemed of sable night, the cell, where, save from the ceiling fell, an oozing drop, her silent spell, no sound had ever broke. There, motionless, I stood alone, like some strange monument of stone, upon a barren wild, or, like so solid and profound, the darkness seemed that walling me round, a man that's buried underground, where pyramids are piled. Thus fixed a dreadful hour I passed, and now I heard as from a blast a voice pronounce my name, nor long upon my ear it dwelt, when round me gan the air to melt, and motion once again I felt, quick circling o'er my frame. Strange ones. The next is change. So when we dream of change, it's usually a good omen because it's kind of, we're progressing in life, we're making changes that's needed. However, it depends on, obviously, the circumstances and situation, but change back then was apparently a good omen, especially to women and to invalids, because it meant there was some sort of motivational thing coming to push them forth. So it's very different back then. The poem. Wearied and worn with musings deep, hearing no sound save the rustling of leaves, watching the network the spider weaves, the poet sank down in sleep. Evening's shadows dimmed earth and sky, darkness in vapours apparelled drew near, bearing strange sounds to the slumberer's ear, and visions to mock his eye. Night bears on her forehead a frown. The hurricane's voice is surely and hoarse, as it shakes the trees in its wrathful course, and hurls their proud branches down. Beauty and song and harmless mirth, joyous young forms in the innocent dance, happy young hearts in love's rapturous trance, and peace on the sleeping earth. Prayer in the holy house of God, hearts of humility, penitent tears, hopes of forgiveness, contending with fears, and thoughts of the grave's green sod, a vision of future delight, beauty in all things and all things in one, morning's first welcome smile from the sun, the end of the dreaming night. That's interesting. I do like how different they are. Don't get me wrong, I think that's interesting indeed. Children's are next. So apparently, it's like a dream of melancholy. Back then it was, to dream of children would mean sickness, a foreboding. And children running about a house was apparently a sign of domestic troubles. It's very different now, though. It's extremely different, but that's what it was back then. Anyway, the poem. I stood in a dream at the altar, but I was an earthly bride, and Eleanor, thy freedom, was the bridegroom. at my side. Thou, Father, gavest me to him with thy free and full consent. And why should I dissemble it? Methought I was content. Months then and years were crowded. In the course of that busy night, I clasped a baby to my breast, and oh, with what delight! For he too, in the dreams of night, at the altar had seemed to stand, and to Elamon his freedom had given his daughter's hand. Their offspring caught in his caress, about his knee had thronged, a lovely progeny in whom, when he was in the silent tomb, his line should be prolonged. Interesting. Another point. I in a vision went and saw from the low grave asunder breaking a face of beauty smiling like a baby's in the cradle waking. Very bizarre. And that's the end of this part, guys. We're still on C when we come back, and we're gonna be on church then. Yeah, these poems are very interesting indeed. Very strange, but I like them. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and Poems of Dreams. We are now on bow, and it means as in, bow and arrow. So, to find a bow that is bent and ready for using signifies a journey and a prosperous return. And then there's the poem. There once heard the sound of coming foe. There was sent through Britain a bended bow. A voice was poured on the free winds far, as the land rose up at the sound of war. Heard ye not the battle horn? Reaper, I leave the golden corn. Leave it for the birds of heavens. Swords must flash, and spears be riven. Leave it for the winds to shed. Arm, ere Britain's turf grow red. And the reaper armed, like a freeman's son, and the bended bow, and the voice passed on. Prince, thy father deeds are told, in the bower and in the hold, where the goatherds lay in song, where the minstrel's harp is struck. Foes are on thy native sea. Give, oh give our bards a tale of thee. And the prince came armed like a leader's son, and the bended bow, and the voice passed on. Mother, stay thou not thy boy, and it means though not thy boy, but it says thou not thy boy. He must learn the battle's joy. Sister, bring the sword and spear. Give thy brother words of cheer. Maiden, bid thy lover part. Britain calls the strong of heart. And the bended bow and the voice passed on. And the bards made song for a battle won. The next is bracelets, and it was a favourable omen for a lady to dream of a bracelet, for it means she shall obtain them in life. To Sylvia. I break thy bracelet against my will, and wretched I did see thee discomposed then, and still art discontent with me. One gem was lost, and I will get a richer pearl for thee than ever, dearest Sylvia, yet was drunk for Anthony. Oh, for revenge, I'll tell thee what thou for the breach shall do. First crack the strings, and after that cleave thou my heart in two. Thy white arms are locked in broad bracelets of gold, thy girdle steeds gleaming with treasures untold. The circlet that binds up thy long yellow hair is starred thick with jewels that bright are and rare, but gifts yet more princely. Jolly Gil bestow, for girdle is great arm, around thee he throws. And the next is the breeze. So to dream of a gentle breeze, a soft breeze, which would be a venti, or, well, it depends how you pronounce your Latin. You see, back then, Latin was, it began to be pronounced in two ways. So it's V-E-N-T-I, but the old style Latin, you would not pronounce the V. It would be vente. Vente lenetia et placide sperantes. It's a favourable sign for lovers to see a gentle breeze. Up the dale and down the bourne, o'er the meadow swift we fly. Now we sing and now we moan, now we whistle, now we sigh. By the grassy, fringed river, through the murmuring reeds we sweep. Mid the lily leaves we quiver, to their every hearts we creep. Now the maiden rose is blushing at the frolic things we say, while aside her cheeks were rushing like some truant bees at play. Through the blooming groves we rustle, kissing every bud we pass, as we did it in the bustle, scarcely knowing what it was. Down the glen, across the mountain, o'er the yellow heath we roam, whirling round about the fountain, 'tis its little breakers form. Bending down the weeping willows, while our vesper hymn we sigh, then unto our rosy pillows, on weary wings we hie. I like that, it's cute. The next one is bride. To see a bride, adorned or dead, it brings joy and happiness in one's life, apparently. But again, this is 1855, so I don't know. It means something different now. I saw two maids at Kirk, both were fair and sweet, one in her wedding robe, one in a winding sheet. The choristers sang the hymn, the sacred rites were read, and one for life to life, and one to death was wed. They were born to their bridal beds, in loveliness and bloom, one in a merry castle, the other a solemn tomb. One on the morrow woke, in a world of sin and pain, and the other was happier far, and never awoke again. The next poem. Bride, upon thy marriage day, when the gems in rich array mid the glistening mirror seem, as a star reflecting the stream, did the fluttering of thy breath speak of joy or woe beneath? There were sounds of weeping o'er thee, bride, as forth thy kindred bore thee, shrouded in thy gleaming veil, deaf to that wild funeral wail. The next is the bridge. To dream of going under a bridge is a sign of bitter disappointment to come, but if you pass over it, then it's a sign of something good to come. Anyway, the poem. God's blessing on the architects who build the bridges o'er swift rivers and abysses, before impassable to human feet, no less than on the builders of cathedrals, whose massive walls are bridges thrown across the dark and terrible abyss of death. The grave itself is but a covered bridge, leading from light to light, through a brief darkness. The bridge and the brook. He casts his arms around her, but ever finds her gone. The love span hath not bound her, and still the brook runs on. Fair sun, be thou my dearest. She rose his love to gain, in dreamy, misty beauty, but sunk in storm and rain. Leave not for one above thee a heart, once true for years. A few brief hours, ill love thee, then cast thee back in tears. The next is the brother. To dream of a brother, according to this is Artemidorus. He was the Sir Ominous of Misfortune von Gertronver. This is meant to be a long life, apparently, if you dream of a brother. It's an interesting look at that. So, the poem. Reluctant now, as might, came on his lonely couch he pressed, and wearied out he sunk to sleep but not to rest. Beside the couch his brother's form, Lord Edmund, seemed to stand, and such and so pale as when in death, he grasped his brother's hand. He started up, each limb convulsed with agonizing fear. He only heard the storm of night. 'Twas music to his ear, when lo, the voice of loud alarm, his inmost soul appalls. What ho, Lord William, rise in haste, the water saps thy falls and walls. He rose in haste beneath the walls, did he. He saw the flood appear. It hemmed him round, 'twas midnight now, no human aid was near. And that is the end of this section of poems. When we come back, we will go to the seas. We'll be on Castle, so we'll go from the bees to the seas. Thank you for listening. Please hit that like, share if you can, and do consider subscribing because it does really help. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. So we're on the seas now to the Poems of Dreams, and we're on Castle. So if you dream you're something like among Castle Groves or the moat, I suppose, that could be a sign that you need to look after your welfare. To actually own a castle is a sign of some sort of honour, like a nobility to it. So, that's what it meant back then, should I say. So, the poem, Hast thou seen that lordly castle? That castle by the sea, golden and red above it, the clouds float gorgeously, and fain it would stoop downward to the mirrored wave below, and fain it would roar upward in the evening's crimson glow. Well, have I seen that castle by the sea, and the moon above it standing, and the mist rise solemnly. The winds and the waves of ocean, had they a merry chime? Didst thou hear from thou lofty chambers the harp and the minstrel's rhyme? The winds and the waves of the ocean, they rested quietly, but I heard on the gale a sound of wail, and tears came to my eye. And sawest thou on the turrets the king and his royal bride, and the wave of their crimes, mantles, and the golden crown of pride. Led they not forth in rapture, a beauteous maiden there, resplendent on the morning sun, beaming with golden hair? Well, saw I the ancient parents without the crown of pride. Though moving slow in weeds of woe, no maiden was by their side. And the next are caverns. To dream of dwelling in a cavern, it signifies that you are not withstanding all your abilities. You are remaining hidden when you should not. You're obscuring something, or you refuse to go forward and you are purposely obscured where you want to go because it sort of scares you, apparently. The poem. We'll dream of caverns in the lonely wild, and dim light glistening from the crystal walls, and o'er the Stygian waters, cold as snow, that wash the statues rude in rock of men, whose battle axes of the flint stone cut clashed in the conflict centuries ago. Such cooling dreams shall charm us, till again we tempt the timid dwellers in the stream, and the day, grown rich as night steals on, like hopes more brightly blooming, neath death's noble hour. Hence, loathed melancholy of Cerberus and blackest midnight born, its Stygian cave forlorn, amongst horrid shapes and shreks and sights unholy, find out some uncouth cell, where brooding darkness spreads her jealous wings, and the night heaven sings. There, under her bond shades, low-browed rocks, as ragged as thy locks, in dark Cimmerian desert, ever dwell. And the next poem is, ere long they come where the same wicked wight his dwelling has, low in a hollow cave, far underneath a craggy cliff ye pite, dark, doleful, dreary, like a greedy grave. The next poem. One night, my task, diurnal done, for I had travelled with the sun, o'er burning sands, o'er snows. Fatigued I sought the couch of rest, my wanton prayer to heaven addressed. But scarce had I my pillow pressed, when thus a vision rose. Methought within a desert cave, cold, dark, and solemn as a grave, I suddenly awoke. It seemed of sable night, the cell, where, save from the ceiling fell, an oozing drop, her silent spell, no sound had ever broke. There, motionless, I stood alone, like some strange monument of stone, upon a barren wild, or, like so solid and profound, the darkness seemed that walling me round, a man that's buried underground, where pyramids are piled. Thus fixed a dreadful hour I passed, and now I heard as from a blast, a voice pronounce my name, nor long upon my ear it dwelt, when round me gan the air to melt, and motion once again I felt, quick circling o'er my frame. Strange ones. The next is change. So when we dream of change, it's usually a good omen because it's kind of, we're progressing in life, we're making changes that's needed. However, it depends on, obviously, the circumstances and situation, but change back then was apparently a good omen, especially to women and to invalids, because it meant there was some sort of motivational thing coming to push them forth. So it's very different back then. The poem. Wearied and worn with musings deep, hearing no sound save the rustling of leaves, watching the network the spider weaves, the poet sank down in sleep. Evening's shadows dimmed earth and sky, darkness in vapours apparelled drew near, bearing strange sounds to the slumberer's ear, and visions to mock his eye. Night bears on her forehead a frown. The hurricane's voice is surely and hoarse, as it shakes the trees in its wrathful course, and hurls their proud branches down. Beauty and song and harmless mirth, joyous young forms in the innocent dance, happy young hearts in love's rapturous trance, and peace on the sleeping earth. Prayer in the holy house of God, hearts of humility, penitent tears, hopes of forgiveness contending with fears, and thoughts of the grave's green sod, a vision of future delight, beauty in all things and all things in one. Morning's first welcome smile from the sun, the end of the dreaming night. That's interesting. I do like how different they are. Don't get me wrong, I think that's interesting indeed. Children's the next. So apparently, it's like a dream of melancholy. Back then it was, to dream of children would mean sickness, a foreboding. And children running about a house was apparently a sign of domestic troubles. It's very different now, though. It's extremely different, but that's what it was back then. Anyway, the poem. I stood in a dream at the altar, but I was an earthly bride, and Eleanor, thy freedom, was the bridegroom at my side. Thou, Father, gavest me to him with thy free and full consent, and why should I dissemble it? Methought I was content. Months then and years were crowded in the course of that busy night. I clasped a baby to my breast, and oh, with what delight! For he too, in the dreams of night, at the altar had seemed to stand, and to Elamon his freedom had given his daughter's hand. Their offspring caught in his caress, about his knee had thronged, a lovely progeny in whom, when he was in the silent tomb, his line should be prolonged. Interesting. Another poem. I in a vision went and saw from the low grave asunder breaking a face of beauty smiling like a baby's in the cradle waking. Very bizarre. And that's the end of this part, guys. We'll still want to see when we come back, and we're gonna be on church then. Yeah, these poems are very interesting indeed. Very strange, but I like them. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hi everyone, welcome back. As we continue our Poems of Dreams, we're on church. To dream of entering a beautiful church, it's a fortunate omen and could mean that there are new prospects on the horizon for yourself. Now the poems. As then they on my vision rose, the vaulted aisles I see, and desk and deep cushions book repose in Solomon's sanctity. The mitre o'er the marble niche, the broken crook and key, that from a bishop's tomb shone rich with polished treachery. The next poem. A dream wafts me back to my childhood, and I shake my hoary head. How ye crowd on my soul, ye visions I thought were forever fled. There glistens our dusking foiling, O lordly pile elate. I know these towers and turrets, the bridges, the massive gate. I enter the chapel and look for my ancestors' hallowed grave. 'Tis here, and on yonder pillar is hanging his antique, his antique glaive. And the next is cities. So to dream of a full city, that sounds like great prosperity to come. It's an excellent dream to have. Of course, if you are there with a few friends, it could mean that there's a social gathering to be had in the future. If you are alone, it's rain, it's desolate, then it means you may be affected in money-wise, career-wise. There's something about hard times coming forward. Tower-bred cities please us then, and the boozy hum of men. So let's get to the poems. And lo, even like a giant white, slumbering his battle toils away, the sleep-locked city gleaming bright, with many a dazzling ray, lies stretched in vastness of my feet, in this religious calm of night. Behold with finger calm and bright, each tapering spire points to the sky in a fond, holy ecstasy. The next one, beautiful Seville, of which I've dreamed until I saw its towers in every cloud that hid the setting sun, saw its long trains of youths and maidens fair sweep like a sunlit stream along the streets, saw its cathedrals vast, its palaces, its marts o'erladen with the Indies spoils, its galleries rocking in the crowded bays, heard its loud hum by day, its airs by night, struck from guitars that guide the busy feet of busy youth across the springing ground. Methinks the moon shines brighter on Seville, and every star looks larger for mere joy. I try to decipher the legend, but a mist is upon my eyes. The light from the painted pull on the marble lies. Home of my fathers, how plainly thou standest before me now. I yet thou from earth art vanished, and over thee goes the plough. It's interesting. Different, definitely. The next one's clouds. So to dream of clouds brings happiness. It's, it's a heavenly indication, something heavenly, whether it be a journey, fortune, new relationships and such, if it's obviously a decent cloud. If there's nothing but, well, let's say foggy clouds, rainy clouds, then that's a sign of anxiety and trouble ahead, maybe some toil. Anyway, the poem. Ye light, fantastic, fleecy clouds that lie in lucid whiteness on the clear blue sky. Fancy has given ye shape and form and name, but I gaze, ye seem no more the same. A tinge of gold your snowy whiteness streaks, a deeper glow with sudden glory breaks. Now, broken, faded, parted ye appear, like floating atoms in the thin, clear air. Thus fancy's airy fabrics often fly, like the light clouds upon the clear blue sky. The next one. I dreamed I saw a snowy cloud sail like a spirit o'er the blue. It bent not in its course, nor bowed. What meant the form of silver hue? A happy life, a title proud, a fortune grand, a lover true. But ere my cloud its course had run, it changed its hue of snowy white, melting in the setting sun, dyed in a gold and crimson light. Thou'lt die at last, a mournful nun, if I have read thy fortune right. The next is coffin. So if you dream of an empty coffin, it's rather whose death is sort of bothering you, or whose death is to come that is bothering you, and it's the death that you will know is coming. Someone that you know, someone around you, could even just be a neighbour, who knows? A coffin with a corpse in it forebodes death, no matter what. But the coffin, that's a sign of long life. Now, the poem. O heard ye yon pibroch sound sad in the gale, where a hand cometh slowly with weeping and wail. 'Tis the chief of Glenera lament for his dear, and her sire and the people are called to her bier. Oh, Glenera came first, with the mourners and shroud. Her kinsmen they followed, but mourn not aloud. Their plaids, all their bosoms were folded around. They marched all in silence. They looked on the ground. In silence they reached over mountain and moor, to a heath where the oak tree grew lonely and bore. Now here let us place the grey stone of her cairn. Why speak ye no word, said Glenara the stern, and tell me, I charge you, ye clan of my spouse, why fold ye your mantles, why cloud ye your brows? So spake the rude chieftain, no answer is made, but each mantle unfolding a dagger displayed. I dreamt of my lady, I dreamt of her shroud, cried a voice from the kinsmen, all wrathful and loud. And empty that shroud, and that coffin did seem. Glenera, Glenera, now read me my dream. Oh, pale grew the cheek of that chieftain, I ween, when the shroud was unclosed, and no lady was seen. When a voice from the kinsman spoke louder in scorn. 'Twas the youth who had loved the fair Ellen of Lorne. I dreamt of my lady, I dreamt of her grief. I dreamt that the Lord was a barbarous thief and chief. On a rock of the ocean fair Ellen did seem. Glenera, Glenera, now read me my dream. In dust low, the traitor has knelt to the ground, and the desert's revealed where his lady was found. From a rock of the ocean that beauty is born. Now joy to the house of fair Ellen of Lorne. Ooh, it's very beautiful, isn't it? Very different, but a poem that tells a fairy tale story, I guess. Thank you for listening. Please hit that like, share if you can, and consider subscribing. It's completely free and it does help. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. Welcome back to Poems of Dreams. We're now on the crucifix, and to dream of a crucifix of any kind means great good fortune to come. Now the poem. Steadily worked the artist alone, carving the Christ from the ivory bone. Again the bright presence shone around, with a light more dazzling, more profound. Through day, through night, through fair, through foul, the artist work with a single soul. And when hand would tire or eye grow dim, he looked at the stars that looked at him, until power and vision both were given, and he carved the Christ by light from heaven. Under each cruel thorn point he hid a word of grief, and each drooping lid was closed round its mortal tears of pain. But the nostrils curved in proud disdain of death and his feeble tyranny, and the mouth was calm with victory. It's a very interesting poem. Cupid. Now, if you've listened to my other story regarding Cupid, you know why I don't celebrate Valentine's Day, and I definitely don't celebrate Cupid. I believe Cupid to be a demon, but anyway. So, in seeing Cupid, it's like an vision of, a lover to come, a very favourable love, something that you've been wanting that you will finally gain, apparently. This is 1855 though, so. A poem now. Over the mountains and under the waves are the fountains, and under the graves, under floods which are deepest, which do Neptune obey, over rocks which are steepest, love will find thee out the way, where there is no place for the glowworm to lie, where there is no space for the rest of a fly, where the gnat dare not venture, lest himself fast she lay. If love comes, he'll enter, and will find out the way. Some think to lose him, which is too unkind, and some do suppose him poor hearty to be blind. But if maiden be hidden, do the best that you may. Blind love, if you so call him, will find out the way. Will ne'er the eagle stoop down to the fist, or you may inveigle the phoenix of the east. With fear tigers move to give over their prey, but ne'er stop a lover, he will find out the way. From the quarter to the cottage, from bower to the hall, from the king to the beggar, true love conquers all. Though near, so stouter and lordly, strive or do what you may, yet be you ne'er so hardy, love will find out the way. If the earth should part him, he would gallop it o'er. If the seas should or worth wart him, he would swim to the shore. Should his love become a swallow, through the air to stray, love would lend wings to follow, and find out the way. Now we are going to D. We're going to daffodils. To dream of daffodils is actually a sign of good fortune, if they are very well kept daffodils, and sort of pretty ones, But if you dream of daffodils that are not so nice to look at, then it's a sign that sickness is coming. The poems. When a daffodil I see, hanging down's head towards me, Guess I may what I may be. First, I shall decline my head. Secondly, I shall be dead. Lastly, safely buried. It's a weird poem. Next one. I wandered lonely as a cloud that floats on high o'er vales and hills, when all at once I saw a crowd, a host of golden daffodils, beside the lake, beneath the trees, fluttering and dancing in the breeze. Fair daffodils, we weep to see you haste away so soon, and yet the early rising sun has not attained his noon. Stay, stay, until the hastening day has run but the even song, and, having prayed together, we will go with you along. We have short time to stay, as you. We have a shorter spring, as quick a growth to meet decay, as you or anything. We die as your hours do and dry away, like the summer's rain, or as the pearls of morning dew, near to be found ever again. The idea of that is a plant or a flower. It grows, it withers and dies. Us as humans, okay, we grow, we wither, we die. We do the same as the plants do, you see. The next is daisies. To dream of daisies is very noble, and it means something very honourable. Could be love, could be career, could be life in general, but it means something honourable. So the poem. Of whose invention ye lovers may be glad, for they brining the calendars of May, and ye with countenance demure, making and sad. Oh, for to worship the lusty flows away, and in a special one is called Sea of the Day, the daisy, a flower white and red, and in French called La Belle Marguerite. Oh, commendable flower, and most in mind, a flower so gracious of excellence. Oh, amiable Margaret, exalted of nature kind, unto whom I must resort with all my diligence, with heart, will and thought, with most lowly obedience, ay, to be your servant, and ye my regent, for life ne death, never, ever to repent. Though unto me dreadful were the charms, no matter of gentleness oweth me to blame, for I had liever suffered of death, thee pronounce, than she should for me have dishonour or shame, or in any wise lose a drop of her good name. So wise the God for his endless mercy grant every true love to have joy of his lady. The next poem. Bright flower, whose home is everywhere, a pilgrim bold in nature's care, and oft the long year through, the hair of joy so sorrow, methinks that there abides in thee some concord with humanity, given to no other flower I see, the forest through. Beautiful. The next poem is Danger. To dream of dangers, that forebodes an adventure. Now, depending on what kind of danger you dream of, it could be an adventure that sparks your desire, something daredevil, or it could be an adventure that's actually not fortunate, or it could be an adventure that has a fortunate conclusion. It all depends on what type of danger, when and where. Anyway, the poem. The hall was cleared, the stranger's bed was there of mountain heather spread, where oft 100 guests had lain, and dreamed their forest sports once again. But vainly did the heath flower shed its woodland fragrance round his head, not Ellen's spell, and lulled to rest the fever of his troubled breast. In broken dreams the image rose of varied perils, pains, and woes. His steed now flounders in the brake, now sinks his barge upon the lake, now leader of a broken host, his standard falls, his honours lost. Then, from my couch, my heavenly might, chase that worst phantom of the night. Again return the scenes of youth, of confident, undoubting truth. Again his soul he interchanged with friends whose hearts were long estranged. They come in dim procession led, the cold, the faithless, and the dead, as one each hand, each brow is gay, as if they parted yesterday. And doubt distracts him at the view. Or were his senses false as true? Dreamed he of death or broken vow? Or is it all a vision now? Now, the next one, when we get to it, I'm just going to remind you anyway when we get to it, it's called Darkness. It means darkness. I think that is Darkness because it's pronounced in a different language. So that's why. But anyway, to dream of darkness can mean many, many things. It can mean despair and stuff like that. But yeah, this is a German one, like I thought. It can also mean that you're curious about entering somewhere that you've not yet entered. I think I'll just do it in this episode, guys. We will carry on. I had a dream, which was not all a dream. The bright sun was extinguished, and the stars did wander darkling in the eternal space, rayless and pathless, and the icy earth swung blind and blackening in the moonless surf. Morn came and went, and came and brought, so day, and men forgot their passions in the dread of this their desolation, and all hearts were chilled into a selfish prayer for light, and they did live by watchfires, and the thrones and palaces of crowned kings, the huts, the habitations of all things which dwell, the habitations of all things which dwell, we burnt for beacons, cities were consumed, and men were gathered round their blazing homes to look once more into each other's face. The rivers, lakes, and oceans all stood still, and nothing stirred within their silent depths. Ships, sailless, lay rotting on the sea, and their masts fell down, piecemeal, as they dropped. They slept on the abyss without a surge. The waves were dead, the tides were in the grave. The moon, their mistress, had expired before. The winds were withered in the stagnant air, and the clouds perished. Darkness has no need of aid from them. She is the universe. And I'm going to leave that episode here now, guys. I was going to do the darkness. I was going to do it in the next episode, but I have done it now, and when we return, we'll actually be on death. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel as we continue the Poems of Dreams. Again, I need to state 1855. So we're on death. Now the meaning of death back then was to do with liberty and confidence. Also rest and peace. To dream of death and a wedding at the same time signified limits of all earthly desire. If we dream of death today, though, from what is known today, things have changed, and apparently any dreaming of death is something in your life that is ending for a new beginning. And what that is depends on the rest of the dream. It's very significant and specific to that person, so it's hard to say what it is. But anyway, the poem. I dreamt my lady came and found me dead. Strange dream that gives a dead man leave to think. When death is coming near, when thy heart shrinks in fear, and thy limbs fail, then raise thy hands and pray to him who smooths the way through the dark veil. Seest thou the eastern dawn? Hearest thou in the red moon the angel's song? Or lift thy drooping head, thou who in gloom and dread hast lain so long? Death comes to set thee free. O meet him cheerily as thy true friend, and all thy fears shall cease, and in eternal peace thy penance end. Which, I guess in a way, is kind of true. I get what it's sort of saying there, you know. So, this is, now we're on deer. Back then, to dream of a deer running, this is a token of any plans which you are now projecting with speed may be accomplished. To kill a deer, that's something to do with a legacy. If a deer comes in your house, it's a sign of wealth, in the dream of course. Deer horns indicate honour and dignity. A deer sleeping in the woods is an omen of innocence and context. And that's obviously back then, but it's not so far different from what it is now anyway. So, let's go to the poem. There wandered 3 hunters by the forest and crag, and all to discover the snow-white stag. They laid themselves under a sycamore tree. Became such a wonderful dream to the 3. The first hunter. I dreamt I was rapping and knocking around, when out came the beautiful stag with a gentle bound. The second hunter had a dream, and as he aware of the rivulet sprang, I aimed with my rifle and blazed him bang. Third hunter. And as soon as I saw he was touched on the breath, I blew on my bugle and sounded his death. And while neath the sycamore talking they lay, the stag darted out and went running away. And before the 3 huntsmen could kill him again, he was far, far away over valley and plain. Hooray! Slap bang tra la. The reason for that is actually the white stag is very much, well, it depends on what you believe, but so some believe it's a sign of the goddess and it's a sign of purity, you know, peace. But some also believe that it's Diana, the goddess, you know. Others believe it's related to the moon. There's so many different beliefs regarding the white stag. Very beautiful creature though, very mystical as well. The next is delusion. So apparently the dream of delusion means something unpleasant or disappointment is coming. It's like, it could be family disappointment or anything like that. But actually, if you dream of delusion, apparently back then this is what it says, when you're just about to embrace a loved object, this denotes a very long life. Never heard that before. Interesting. Anyway, the dream for delusion. Could I dream of thee by thought, in all day long before my face, with envious sleep, have ever brought some shape, thine image, displace? Yes, once only half the might, wrought thy bright succumbence forth to me, Oh, rapturous moment of delight. Would I had died? Sweet dream in thee, thou only named in thoughts, from this ecstatic vision slumber bore. The morn, impatient of my bliss, enclasp my soul for evermore. Would I could dream of thee, nor pine, with these unanswered longings rent. Ah me, poor heart, that love like thine should seek with dreams to be content. With dreams, yet what is life, alas, but of the shadows what we see? Visions of love and hope that pass to mock us, like my dream of thee. The next is departed. To dream of the departed or the dead is a sign that indicates, apparently, neither good nor bad. It's more of an expression of an emotion. If they are angry, that's an evil omen. If they are pleasant, then that means great fortune is to come. The poem, The Departed. The departed, they visit us in dreams, and they glide above our memories like shadows over the streams. Oh, in contrast, but where the cheerful lights of home, and oh, in constant lust to burn, the departed can never more return. I sometimes dream their pleasant smiles still on me sweetly fall. Their tones of love I faintly hear, my name in sadness call. I know that they are happy with their angel plumage on, but my heart is very desolate to think that they are gone. The next poem. Ye guardian spirits, to whom man is dear, from these foul demons shield the midnight gloom. Angels of fancy and of love be near, and o'er the blank of sheep diffuse a bloom. Evoke the sacred shades of Greece and Rome, and let them virtue with a look impart. But chief, awhile, oh, lend us from the tomb those long-lost friends, for whom with love we smart, and fill with pious awe, and joy mixed woe, the heart. And another one. I stood in shadowy dreams, and gazed upon her form, while o'er the face so dearly loved, strange life began to warm. Around the sweet and childlike lips there played a heavenly smile, though in her dark and lustrous eyes a teardrop shone all the while. And my own eyes were flowing too, in silent agony, for oh, I cannot deem it true that thou art lost to me. Digging is the next. So to dream of digging, they said it was a sign of wealth, a sign of finding something very curious. A dig in a grave is a happy omen for marriage if you're single, or a happy family if you are wedded. Interesting. Let's move on to the poem. Vittoria. To pass away the time, I'll tell you, your grace, a dream I had last night. Bracciano. That's who he's talking to. Most wishedly I wish to hear. Vittoria. A foolish idle dream. Methought I walked about the mid of night into a churchyard where a goodly yew tree spread a large root in the ground. Under that yew, as I sat sadly, leaning on a grave, checkered with cross sticks, there came stealing in your Duchess and my husband. One of them a pickaxe bore, t'other a rusty spade, and in rough terms they began to challenge me about this yew. Ah, Braccino, that tree, Vittoria, the harmless you. They told me my intent was to root up that well-known yew and plant to the steed of it a withered black thorn. And for that, they did. They vowed to bury me alive. My husband straight, with pickaxe, gan to dig, and your duchess with shovel, like a fury, voided out the earth and scattered bones. Lord, how me thought I trembled, and yet, for all this terror, I could not pray. Flaminio, no, the devil was in your dreams. Vittoria, when to my rescue there arose, methought, a whirlwind, which let fall a massy arm from that strong plant, and both were struck dead by that sacred yew, in that base shallow grave, which was their due. Flaminio says, excellent devil, she dear have, taught him in a dream to make away his duchess and her husband. Basically, yeah. It's like saying, well, the dream's told me I must kill him. Which is not really what the dream means at all, but yeah, anyway. Thank you for listening to this episode of Poems of Dreams. And I will see you again in the next episode. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Poems of Dreams. We are now on doves. So back then in 1855, apparently he dreamt of doves, with them being those kind of birds. It was a sign of Venus, the goddess Venus. But it was also a sign of a honest maiden, or an honest matron. Now, if we dream of doves, depending in what context, it usually can mean peace, tranquility, purity, love, friendship, marriage, things like that, I guess. But back then it was for that reason. The poem. But a form unseen was near him, ever on his perilled way, o'er the roaring pass to cheer him on the giddy steep to stay. Oft in the sleep it rose before him, visibly, a snow-white dove, and through swooping falcons bore him to a world of peace and love. The next poem. What is that, mother? The dove, my son, and that low sweet voice, like a widow's moan, inflowing out from her gentle breast, constant and pure by that lonely nest, as the wave is poured from some crystal urn, for a distant dear one's quick return. Ever, my son, be thou like the dove, in friendship as faithful and constant your love. The next is the dragon. To dream of slaying a dragon back then meant you were going to gain a knighthood or a kingdom. Obviously, that's not how it goes now. But to dream of a dragon now is a sign of wisdom, knowledge, honourability, being honoured, gaining something in wisdom and knowledge. And dragons are the old wise ones, of course, and were very knowledgeable. Something that people forget. They often think of dragon and they see these monstrous beings that set fire to everything. Well, actually, it's not really how it goes, and we do believe, if we look through history, that dragons did come from lizards and things, and even possibly dinosaur fossils made them think they were dragons. But the point is, they came in every aspect: water, air, earth, fire, ether. So not all dragons went round rampaging, burning things down, But I understand Hollywood makes you think like that about dragons, but that's not the case. They are the old wise ones, and they have a lot of knowledge. So if you dream about them, it's a very good thing indeed. They're very noteworthy. The poem. Oh, there was a dragon of might, once lived in New Mountain Grey. Like a monster of ton, he went raking all night, and dozed nearly all the day. And there was a king with a gallant ring of noble stout and good, and he had a daughter, but all confessed the mirror of maidenhood. So the dragon came down one summer night, and ceremony soaring, and also ceremony scorning. He twisted his tail around the Virgin bright, and was off at a moment's warning. Then up and arose Sir Siegfried bald to the dragon's rocky bed. What ho, thou traitor linden worm? I am come for thy craven head. And the sweep of his good swords, Val and Mung, and he cut the beast in twain, as lightly as a skilful leech would breathe the lady vain. And the monarch hath taken Sir Siegfried's hand, and called him his son. A kingdom and a bride, the knight, by a single blow hath won. Oh, had the doughty champion but a little prudence known, with the kingdom he had been content, and left the bride alone. Not very nice of him, but okay. Interesting indeed. You know, if you go, I have a section on dragons, the wise ones, and it is a full course on dragons because I did a course myself on all magical things and how you meditate to get that strength that's needed. And if you go to my dragon playlist, the wise one, you can learn all about the different dragons, why they were called that, and where they came from, and, you know, all the stuff that people assume, I guess. And you can also learn the myths surrounding them, because there's actually quite a few in Britain, believe it or not. We're on to drowning now. To dream of drowning alone, well, back then it was an acquisition of money or property, but if you were drowned by another person, it's a sign of loss or ruin. Now, today, what we generally, drowning today is not actually a sign of ruin or death or loss. It's a sign of becoming over emotional, having too many emotions that they are bearing down on you. In some cases, it can also be a sign of feeling like the whole world's on your shoulders. You can't breathe, you can't, you know, it's that kind. So it's very different now to what it was back then, but I can understand why. It's just because times have changed, I suppose. Anyway, the poem. Oh, I have passed a miserable night, so full of fearful dreams of ugly sights, that, as I am Christian faithful man, I would not spend another such night. Methought that I had broken from the tower, and was embarked to cross to Burgundy, and in my company my brother Gloucester, whom from my cabin tempted me to walk upon the hatches. Thence we looked towards England, and sighted up 1,000 heavy times. Oh, during the war of York and Lancaster, that had befallen us, as we paced along upon the giddy footing of hatches, methought that Gloucester stumbled, and, in falling, struck me that thought to stay him overboard into the tumbling billows of the main. O Lord, methought what pain it was to drown, what dreadful noise of water in mine ears, what sights of ugly death within mine eyes. Methought I saw 1,000 fearful wrecks, 1,000 men that fishers gnawed upon, wedges of gold, great anchors, heaps of pearl, inestimable tones and stones unveiled the jewels, all scattered and withered in the bottom of the sea. Some lay in dead men's skulls, and in those holes where the eyes did once inhabit, there were crept as 'twere in scorn of eyes, reflecting gems, that wooed the slimy bottom of the deep, and mocked the dead bones that lay scattered by. I guess that's an interesting story, well, I say poem, regarding what you would find under the ocean. You probably would find stuff like that. I can't really imagine, to be honest. I mean, the sea's the oldest thing going, right? The next is eagle. So apparently back then, if you dreamt of an eagle perched up high, on a tree or something right high, good place, it was a good omen for the brave and bold. But not very good for the people that are cowards, because it meant they were going to get caught. It could be an encouraging sign to dream of it, because it could mean that you can go it alone, so to speak, and you will be successful. Now, if you dream, it says, to be borne away upon an eagle, death to the kings. Obviously, that's 1855, that makes no sense now, but yeah. Thou art perched aloft on the beetling crag, and the waves are white below, and on with haste that cannot lag. They rush in such an endless flow. Again, thou hast plumed thy wing for flight to lands beyond the sea, and away like a spirit wreathed in light, thou buryest wild and free, Lord of the boundless realm of air, in thy imperial name, the hearts of the bold and ordained there, the dangerous path of fame. Beneath the shadow of thy golden wings, the Roman legions bear and bore from the river of Egypt's cloudy springs their pride to the polar shore. Because eagles are very much associated with pride and honour. That's why. In dreams today, they're associated with having a spirit guide. Your animal spirit guide would be an eagle. If you dream of an eagle often and it's showing you things and leading you to things in dreams, then it's generally because it is your spirit guide. That's its job. Anyway, then we're on to eating. Now, if you dream of eating back then, it was said to, well, something to be being anemic, which I'm not sure about that now. I'm pretty sure that's not with it. If you dreamt of eating at home with your family, it was a good sign that good things to come and, happy times. But if you dream of eating with enemies, then obviously it's telling you to be careful and warning you there's something not so good to come from someone that you're unsure of. Yeah, interesting though. Eating. So let's look at the poem. When at the board, let hate forget the bitterest words of yesterday. For where the bread and salt have met, all thoughts of death should pass away. I swore that Wassily should die, wherever Wassily I found. If every friend and foe stood nigh, if all the deaths were laughing round. But one short dream has blown my rage to heaven above, or hell below. For as the wild wolf hunts the deer, for as the winger strives the snow, I dreamed last night we met at port, and eat together frank and free. I gave him bread, I gave him salt, and he poured vodka out for me. The man who sees the sun in sleep should never wake to seek for showers. And if I love in dreams, I'll keep no hatred for my waking hours. For at the board, let hate forget the bitterness words of yesterday, and where the bread and salt have met, all thoughts of death should pass away. Very interesting. Basically, that poem's saying, if you are eating with someone, you should not be thinking about killing them. That's what it means. Anyway, guys, thank you for listening to this episode. I will see you in the next episode. Many blessings. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Poems of Dreams. We're now on eggs, by the way. To dream of eggs. Now, this was very favourable in the 1855s for physicians and artists to dream of them, because it meant that something positive was to come, a new discovery, a new muse, for example. But apparently, others, they dreamt of it, and then it meant strife and anxiety for some reason back then. I'm not sure why. Holding or cooking eggs. It's a sign of sorrow. To eat them when cooked is a sign of wealth. Now, eggs mean fertility and long life and such things, but back then that's what they meant. The poem. Quam potra ot ue, comarbi et noa, instabula si legunta. Et magare bella, tu festiva puella, pingues ladicum, frustris, conquuntur, ut bellies in prato, aprico ad latte, su solo tam lauete renident, ove tosta in mensa. Mappa bene extensa, nitidissima, lans consident. Oh, 'tis eggs are a treat, when so white or so sweet, from under the manger they're taken, and by fair Marjorie, oh, 'tis she's full of glee, they are fried with fat rashers of bacon, just like daisies all spread over the broad sunny meads, and the sunbeams so beautifully shining are fried eggs fair displayed on a dish. When we've laid the cloth and are thinking of dining. Now, that poem was in Latin, but that's the translation to English, because there's no point me just telling you in Latin, because, well, especially Latin back then, because it was very confusing. Emerald. So those who dream of emeralds, which would be known as Presini Colares, they become well-renowned. It means someone who becomes well-known for something very positive. And it also means that you could meet with the truth, but it means fidelity too. That was 1855, like I say. Dream of emeralds now means a lot of different things, and it's all put into a context of a dream and very confusing. But anyway, let's go to the poem. It is a gem which hath the power to show if plighted lovers keep their faith or no. If faithful, it is like the leaves of spring, if faithless, like those leaves when withering. Take back again your emerald gem. There is no colour in the stone. It might have graced diadem, but now its hue and light are gone. Take back your gift and give me mine, the kiss that sealed our last love vow. Ah, other lips have been on thine. My kiss is lost and sullied now. The gem is pale, the kiss forgot, and more than ever you are changed. But my true love has altered not. My heart is broken, not estranged. What that means is, the colour of the gem that he's dreaming represents his lover's actions. If it's shiny and green, like it should be, the lover is faithful. If it is discoloured and brown, like an autumn leaf, they are not faithful. If there is no colour, then they are worse than not faithful. They are not faithful and they do not love you and there is no hope. Okay? That's what it's saying. The next one. For it is said, and hath been said, full yaw, The emerald green of parfait chastite, stole once away, may not recurred be. I have no idea what that means. The verdant, gay green Smaragdus, most sovereign over passion. And that's that. I have no idea what it means, but yeah. It's very interesting to read these though, because although they used to word things back then, they worded them so differently. Entertainments. To dream of an entertainment or a feast back then, unexpected good fortune and success. Interesting. The poem. I dreamed that I sat on a palace step, wrapped up in a mantle thin, and I gazed with a smile on the world without, with a growl at my world within, till I heard the merry voices ring of a lordly company, and straight to myself I began to sing. It is there that I ought to be. Long I gazed through a lattice raised, which smiled from the old grey wall, and my glance went in with the evening breeze, and ran all the revellers all. And I said, if they saw me, 'twould cool their mirth. Far more than this wild breeze free, but a merrier party was near on earth, and among them I fain would be. And oh, but they all were beautiful, fairer than fairy dreams, and the words were sweet as the wind harp's tone when it rings o'er summer streams, and they pledged each other with noble mien, true heart with my life to thee. The next one, alack, quoth I, but my souls are dry, and among them I fain would be. It's like an added part to this that came in later, so it's the same poem, but it's just added on later. And the gentlemen were noble souls, good fellows, both sane and sound. I had not deemed that a man like this could over the world be found. They spoke of brave and beautiful things, of all that were dear to me, and I thought, perhaps they would be like me well, if among them I once might be. And lovely were the ladies too, who sat in the light bright hall, and one there was, oh dream of life, the loveliest mid them all. She sat alone by an empty chair, the queen of the feast was she, and I said to myself, by that lady fair, I certainly ought to be. And aloud she spoke, we have waited long for one who in fear and doubt looks wistfully into our hall of song, and he sits on the steps without. I have sung to him long in silent dreams, I have led him o'er land and sea. Go, welcome him in as the rank beseems, and give him a place by me. They opened the door, yet I shrunk with shame as I sat in my mantle thin. But they hailed me out with a joyous shout, and merrily they led me in. They gave me a place by my bright-haired love, as she wept with joy and glee, and I said to myself, by the stars above, I'm just where I ought to be. Farewell to thee, life of joy and grief, farewell to thy care and pain, farewell, thy vulgar and selfish world, for I never will know thee again. I live in a land where good fellows abound, in the Lemme by the sea. They may long for a happier life, that will. I am just where I ought to be. And the next is Evil Spirits. And bear in mind again, I'm just going to say this is 1855. So to dream of unnatural spirits back then was a sign of imminent danger and witchcraft. Sickness, ill fortune, witches are coming for you. It don't mean that now, guys, okay? It means something different and sometimes it's complicated to explain what it means now because it depends on the dream context rather than just the actual thing. Anyway, the poem. The forms which people this terrific trance I will remember, like a choir of devils. Around me they involve the giddy dance. Legions seemed gathering from the misery levels of ocean to supply those ceaseless revels. Foul, foul, ceaseless shadows. Thought could not divide the actual world from these entangling evils, which so bemock themselves that I descry all shapes like mine own self, hideously multiplied. Mine eyes were open then, and the veil which conceals the invisible world was withdrawn, and through those open gates the fiends were swarming forth, hastily, joyfully, as to jubilee. The spirits of curse were trooping up, they filled the streets, and they bore with them curses and plagues, and they scattered lies abroad, horrors, obscenities, blasphemies, treasons, and the seeds of strife and death. And that's the end of this part, guys. Thank you so much for listening. It's interesting what they thought back then, isn't it? Very different to what it is now anyway. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. Welcome back to Poems of Dreams. We are now on farewell. To dream of bidding farewell, or of departing without returning, betokened death in 1855. However, today, to dream of bidding farewell to someone, it very much depends on the person you are saying farewell to and in what circumstances. This put together will interpret the dream. Does not mean death, though. That's not what it means today, but that was back then. Anyway, the poem. Fare thee well, fare thee well, most beautiful of earthly things. I will not bid thy spirit stay, nor link to earth those glittering wings that burst like light away. I know that thou wert gone to dwell in the sunny home of the fresh day beam, before decay's unpitying tread hath crept upon the dearest dream that ever came and fled. Fare thee well, and go thy way, all pure and fair, into the starry firmament, and do wander there with the spirits of air, and as bright and innocent. Fare thee well, see, I have been to the sweetest bowers, and I called from garden and from heath the tenderest of all tender flowers, and blended in my wreath the violet and the blue berbel, and one fair rose in its earlier bloom. Alas, I meant it for thy hair, and now I fling it on thy tomb, to weep and wither there. Fare thee well, sleep, sleep, my love, in fragrant shade. Droop, droop tonight, thou blushing token, a fairer flower shall never fade, nor a fonder heart be broken. The next poem, again, was done farewell. 3 riders went out at the castle gate. Farewell, their loves at the window a weeping threat. Farewell, and since, alas, we must parted be, then give me thy ring to remember thee. Farewell, 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 such parting 'twere pity to tell. There is one who parts us, 'tis death the churl. Farewell, he taketh so many a rosy girl. Farewell, he parteth so many a husband and wife, that made for each other pleasure in life. Farewell, 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 such parting 'twere pity to tell. He taketh the child in the cradle laid. Farewell, oh, when shall I meet my nut-brown maid? Farewell, ah, not on the morrow, oh, were it today, for both of us then would be happy and gay. Farewell, 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 such parting 'twere a pity to tell. Yeah, I like that. It's quite nice. Sad but nice. And the next is fire. Now, to dream of a fire, an ordinary one, is a favourable sign. It's like a desire that's coming true in a happy home. A desire that's in the home, maybe. A large fire. This can mean a calamity, but it can be averted if you take heed to the dream. A fire is more of a purification now than it is anything else. So to dream of fire today can mean so many things. It can mean purification. It can mean that you need to cleanse, get rid of the old, and bring in the new. So, the poem that goes with fire. Pregnant is the mind to the flame, which, when man keeps watch and makes it tame, but fearful is this heaven's force, when all unfettered in its course, it steps forth on its own fierce way, blood red now. Heaven is flushing, that is not the daylight's glow. What a rushing! Streets all up, smoke rolls up, flickering mounts the fire column, through the long streets onward growing, going swift as winds are going, as far out a furnace rushing, glows the air and beams are crushing and crashing, pillars tumble, children crying, windows breaking, mothers flying, mid the ruin, beasts are lowing, all is fleeing, saving, running, light as day, the night's blooming, through the chain of hands, all vying swiftly flying, goes the bucket, bow-like bending, spouts the water high ascending, howling comes the blast, befriending the flame. It roaring seeks and fans, crackling mists the well-dried grains, seizing on the granary chambers, and the dry wood of the timbers, and, as if it would, in blowing, tear the huge bulk of the world, with it in its flight uphurled, mounts the flame to heaven, growing, giant tall, hopeless all. Man to God at last hath yielded, idly sees what he hath builded, wandering to destruction, going. That is Skilla Songs of the Bells. That's what it's by anyway. So this is fire again, but it means more like a torch, a burning torch, a candle as such, or a oil lantern, things like that. You have to bear in mind, they would be used quite a lot back then. So, but apparently, if you dream of a lighted torch in the hands of another person, that forbids evil. A torch burning by itself signifies a reward. If extinguished, that signifies arrest by justice. If a woman dreams of lighting a torch with ease, she will be fortunate with the children. If with difficulty, then obviously she will not be fortunate with her children. For young people to dream of carrying torches, this is fortune in love, success, in every undertaking, triumph over enemies, and also signifies honour and regard. That's obviously back then. To dream of a torch now it very much would mean somebody guiding us or showing us the way by lighting up the way to follow the righteous path, sort of thing. To see the light at the end of the tunnel, that kind of thing. The poem. By dream I saw one of the three sisters of fate appear to me. Close to my bedside she did stand, showing me there a firebrand. She told me, too, as that did spend, she drew my life unto an end. 3/4 were consumed of it, only remained a little bit, which will be burnt up by and by. Then, Julia, weep, for I must die. Well, that's sad. The next is fishing. So back then, to dream of a fish is very much the symbol of church, Christ. But among the Gothic Freemasons, it was a type of voluptuousness and pleasure. To catch many a great fishers in dreams, this is Artemidoros, pleasant and lucrative omen that will save those who are around you. Yes, I'm not really sure about the meaning of fish today. I'd have to look in my dream journal. It's not something like I don't really dream of fishing or anything. My dreams are really weird. But I think it very much depends on the type of fish and how many fish, to what it means. Obviously back then it was very different. The poem. The waters rose, the waters swelled, a fisher sat thereby, and quietly his angle held, chilled to the heart was he. The water in dreamy motion kept, as he sat in dreamy mood. A wave hove up, a damsel stepped, all dripping from the flood. She sang to him, she spake to him, why dost thou lure away my sweet brood by thy human heart to the deadly light of day? Ah, knewest thou how light of heart the little fishes live? Thou wast come down all as thou art, and thy true life receive. Love not the sun with all his beams, loves not the moon by night, to bathe while my dew and rise, all trembling, doubly bright, and tempt thee not the eternal skies, here spread in watery blue, and tempt thee not thine own dark eyes, down through the eternal dew. The water rose, the water swelled, it wetted its bare feet. As something rose within his heart, he seemed his love to meet. She spoke to him, she sung to him, with him 'twas quickly o'er. Half drew she him, half sunk he in, and ne'er was heard of a more. It's kind of nice because actually that indicates something more like a mermaid taking down the fisherman, which is very much an English folklore thing. The next is flying. So to dream of flying in 1855 would be a pleasure and a peril. Voler in somnis, signum est dignitatis. To fly in dreams betokens eminence. That's what that means. As one enamoured is upborne in dream, o'er lily-paved lakes, mid silver mist to wondrous music. Next poem. Oh, what a dainty pleasure 'tis to ride in the air when the moon shines fair. Oh, sing and dance and toy and kiss over woods, high rocks and mountain, over seas, our mistress fountain, over steeples, towers and turrets. We fly by night, among troops of spirits. No ring of bells to our ears sound, no howl of wolves, no yelps of hound. No, not the noise of water's breach, or cannon's throat our height can reach. The next poem. And hastily by both the armies twain, I was raised up into the air, held in a cloud of crystal, clear and fair, ascending upward, I, from spear to spear, through air and water and the hot fire, till yet I come unto the circle clear of signifia cohere fair leat and skia. The signy shone with an airy, springy motion over mountain, over ocean. In our dreams, ever in the sun's bright glances, as a bright mote upward dances in its gleams. Well, so yeah, that's the end of this episode, guys. I do find these very interesting, but thank you so much for listening. I truly appreciate it, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to Poems of Dreams, 1855. We are now on Fountain. To dream of a beautiful clear fountain is a sign that all your troubles will vanish, which is more or less the same now. Dreaming of a very clear, beautiful fountain is a positive sign indeed. It's about purity and clarity of the mind and emotions. The poems. I saw a famous fountain in my dream, where shady pathways to a valley led. A weeping willow lay upon that stream, and all around the fountain brink was spread wide branching trees with dark green leaf, rich clad, forming a doubtful twilight. The place was such that whoso entered it disrobed was of every earthly foot, and straight became as one that knew not sin, or to the world's first innocence was brought. The next poem. Lo, this fount is flowing ever, but the fountain prattles never. Traveller, at this fountain stay, learn of it with pure endeavour, good to do, and nothing say. Next poem. Into the sunshine, full of the light, leaping and flashing from morning till night. Into the starlight, rushing in spray. Happy at midnight, happy by day. Ever in motion, blithesome and cheery, still climbing heavenward, never aweary. Glad of all weathers, still seeming best. Upward or downward, motion thy rest. Ceaseless aspiring, ceaseless content. Darkness or sunshine, thy element. Glorious fountain, let my heart be. Fresh, changeful, constant. Upward, like thee. That's a nice one. The next is garden. To dream of a beautiful garden with many flowers is a favourable omen. It's the silence of abundance and things to come. But if you dream of a dingy garden that is extremely quiet, there's no animals, there's no sunshine, there's no pretty colours, it means sorrow and grief. The dream of the ringing of bells betokens grief, sorrow, and enmity. So it's like the same with the garden. The poems. In fairest garden wandered two lovers hand in hand, two pale and phantom beings. They sat in a flowery land. On the cheek they kissed each other. They kissed with mouth to mouth. They lay in close embraces. They were fair and full of youth. Two dismal bells were pealing. The dream had passed away. She in her convent chamber, he in a dungeon lay. On a still, silent night, scarce could I number one of the clock, but that a golden slumber had locked my senses fast and carried me into a world of blessed felicity. I know not how, first to a garden where the apricot, the cherry and the pear, the strawberry and plum were fairer far than the eye-pleasing fruit that caused the jar betwixt the goddesses and tempted more than fair Atlanta's bowl, though gilded o'er. And it does, I just want to make sure that you know that it does say apricot. A-P-R-I-C-O-C-K. It does mean apricot, but then apricot. Don't know why. The next poem. Have I not dreamed this self-same dream? Ere now in happy hours, these trees the very same do seem. Love glances, kisses, flowers. Was it not here that calm and cold the moon looked down in state? Did not these marble gods then hold their watch beside the gate? Alas, I know how sadly change these all too lovely dreams, and as with snowy mantle strange, all chill enveloped seems, so we ourselves grow calm and cold, break off and live apart. Yes, we who loved so well of old, and kissed with heart of heart. The next is gems. To dream of gems is fortunate and favourable because it generally means some sort of wealth. But if you dream of losing gems, then obviously it's a sign of a loss of something or other. Back then, in 1855, if you dreamt of losing a gem, it forebodes evil. that's not the case now. It just means a loss of something. The poems. One night I laid me down to sleep, and in my dreams I saw a wondrous sight that filled my soul with fond religious awe. Under the loved old trees, methought, and in their double shade, I saw a lofty wall run round, of solid silver made. High rose its purfled pinnacles, of bright and burnished sheen, until they hid their shining heads among the mingled green. Upon the eastern side, a gate of fretted gold was placed, and studded thick with precious stones that in the sunbeams blazed. The diamond bright, the sapphire blue, the emerald so green, the ruby red, the onyx stone, and topaz there were seen. Oh, I like that, it's nice. The next is guardian spirits. So when we dream of guardian spirits, it can mean a few things. It could be that it's your last hour. Euphoria is happening before you pass on to the next realm. That's what it meant back then. Now, if we dream of it, it's like love, the presence of someone guarding you in life. It's that peaceful guardian that shows us the way. Now, the poem. Thou dost come to me in dreams, when entranced in slumber, sleep deep, and thy radiant countenance seems like some angel guard to keep. Watch above my quiet sleep. Thou dost lean upon my breast, with thy sweet lips near to mine, smiles that ne'er can be expressed. Linger round that roseate line, in whose depths pearls faintly shine. Every feature of thy face seemeth changed and glorified, free from earthly stain or trace, spiritualized and purified, fit to be a spirit's bride. Thus thou seemest unto me, sweetest vision of the night, making her grim demons flee, swiftly as the morning light. Puts the earth-born mist to flight. It was anciently believed to be sort of specially offered a guardian angel. It would keep away the evil demons for the rest of your life. A double ward had she that night, when evil drew her near, her own good angel guarding her, and Elamon's too. Their charge it was to keep her safe from all unholy things, and o'er her while she slept they spread the shadow of their wings. So when an evil dream drew nigh, they barred him from access, nor suffered him to reach her with a breath of sinfulness. Wow. The next is hair. So to dream that your hair is white, it's a sign of care and affection, honour and elevation. But obviously there's many colours of hair and they all mean different things in dreams, but that's all there is in this one, surprisingly. Anyway, shall we go on to the poem? Sunny locks of brightest hue once around my temples grew. Laugh not, lady, for 'tis true. Laugh not, lady, for with thee time may deal despitefully. Careful days and wakeful nights, early trenched on young delights. Then of ills an endless train, wasting languor wearing pain. Feverish thought that racks the brain, crowding all on summer's prime, make me old before my time. So a sad, unlovely you o'er the sunny tresses grew, thinned their rich abundance too. Not a thread of golden light in the sunshine glancing bright, silent, warming, silvery streak, not unheeded, dost thou speak, not with feelings light and vain, not with fond regretful pain. Look I on the token sent to announce the day far spent. Bind me but to thee with thine air, and quickly I shall be made by that fetter or that snare, a bondman unto thee. Or if thou takest that bond away, then bore me through the ear, and by the law I ought to say, forever with thee here. Oh, it's quite nice. And next is the hand. So to dream of a uplifted hand, this means that you will be summoned from your sorrows. Obviously 1855. Means many different things today. There's so much, it's too much to put in here. The poem, a hand. A hand, I see it now. A skinny hand upon the prow, a skinny hand in a demon's eye. A wailing blast sweeps wildly by, seems burthened with a deep drawn sigh, and rising from the groaning sea, a laugh of hollow mockery, as of a fiend in devilish glee. A gush of waves around me sweep, and struggling in the raging deep, no time for prayers, no time for fears, strange voices ringing in my ears, unearthly visions flitting near, a horrid clang, and I awoke to find it fantasy. I hear a voice you cannot hear, that cries I must not stay. I see a hand you cannot see, that beckons me away. And white hands in the distance are beckoning to the unknown country far away. And he drew off Abdaldar's ring and cast it in the gulf. A skinny hand came up and caught it as it fell, and peals of devilish laughter shook the cave. A sweet vision rises, though dimly divined, and a hand on my forehead lies cold as the wind. And that's this episode done, guys. Thank you so much for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to Poems of Dreams. We're now on heaven, to dream of heaven, purity. It signifies happy marriage, happy home. Climbing to heaven is honour and regard. The poem, sleep on and dream of heaven a while. Though shut so close thy laughing eyes, thy rosy lips still wear a smile, and move and breathe delicious sighs. Ah, now soft blushes tinge her cheeks, a mantle o'er a neck of snow. Ah, now she murmurs, now she speaks, what most I wish and fear to know. She starts, she trembles, and she weeps, her fair hands folded on her breast. And now, how like a saint she sleeps, a seraph in the realms of rest. Sleep on, secure, above control, thy thoughts belong to heaven and thee, and may the secret of thy soul remain within its sanctuary. The next poem. 'Tis at parting given, that in their slumbers they may dream of heaven, young voices mingling as it floats along, in Tuscan air, or Handel's Sacred Song. It's only a very short poem, of course, that one. And we're going to move on now to iron. To dream of working with iron, it's strife. But it could also mean honour as well. That was back then, though, in 1855. I'm not sure if it means the same thing now. I could not tell you. Not something I've looked into, if I'm honest. Though I do have a book that does have it in, so... Anyway, the poem. Iron, 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 crashing, like the battle axe and shield, or the sword on helmet clashing, through a bloody battlefield. Iron, 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 rolling, like the far-off cannon boom, or the death knell slowly tolling, through a dungeon's charnel gloom. Iron, 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 swinging like the summer winds at play, or as the bells of time were ringing in the blessed millennial day. Interesting. The next is ivy. To dream of ivy is good fortune, and the more that there is of the ivy and the more that it's growing up, it's triumph, victory, wealth, good fortune. It's all positive things. The poem. Oh, how could fancy crown with thee in ancient days the god of wine, and bid thee at the banquet be, companion of the vine? Thy home, wild plant, is where the sound of revelry hath long been aware, where songs full notes once pealed around, but now were heard no more. The Roman on his battle plains, where kings before his eagles bent, entwined thee with exulting strains around the victor's tent. Yet there, though fresh in glossy green, triumphantly thy boughs might wave, better thou lovest the silent scene around the victor's grave. And there is another ivy, chief of tree it is, Veni Coronabaris. The most worthy is she in town. He who says others is amiss, worthy is she to bear the crown. Veni Corona Beris. Ivy is soft and meek of speech. Against all woe she bringeth bliss. Happy is he that may her reach. Veni Coronabaris. Ivy is green of colour bright. Of all trees the chief she is, and that I prove will now be right. Veni Coronabaris. Ivy she beareth berries black. God grant to all of us his bliss, for them we shall nothing lack. Veni Coronabaris. Depending, of course, how you pronounce your Latin, Veni, Veni, V can be V or W. Holly and Ivy made a great party. Who should have the mastery? In lands where they go. Then spake Holly, I am fierce and jolly. I will have the mastery in lands where we go. Then spake Ivy, I am loud and proud, and I will have the mastery in lands where we go. Then spake Holly, and bent him down on his knee. I pray thee, gentle Ivy, essay me no villainy in lands where we go. Wow, that's interesting. So then we are on to Jasmine. To dream of Jasmine, it indicates love, becoming a bride. It's something very beautiful. It indicates dreams and hopes coming to light. So yeah, it's very good. And the poem is, the image of love that nightly flies to visit the bashful maid, steals from the jasmine flower that sighs, its soul like her in the shade, the hope in dreams of a happy hour that alights on misery's brow, springs out of the silvery almond flower that blooms on a leafless bough. Then hasten we, maid, to twine our braid. Tomorrow the dreams and flowers will fade, for I know where the winged visions dwell that round the night bed play. I know each herb and flower's bell when they hide their wings by day. Then hasten we, maid, to twine our braid. Tomorrow the dreams and flowers will fade. And jealousy is next. To dream that you're a lady who is, I suppose, jealous. Well, it means that you more than likely will spend time on your own more often than not because you are showing signs that people do not like. Anyway, the poem. I stole the dream that like the air and stir of moonlight on the sea, over the virgin brow of her I loved lay silently. I saw another, and he wore a statelier step than mine, and through a nobler shadow o'er my sleeping Eveline. And there was love like mystery, lay burning in a glance of her dark eyes, that gave reply to his fair countenance. And I behold myself, but not as I had pictured me. O God, that I should bear the thought of such deformity. It was, I see it must have been, her malice drew me so, a likeness yet most frightful in those lineaments of woe. She saw it in a dream. 'Twas this, that to her glowing cheek, through the cold creeping chillness, the melancholy streak, she smote a white hand on a brow, and flung each raven tress back like a cloud amid the glow of a pale loveliness. Then breathed another name, a new love name to me. The dream was but a dream. I drew in my heart's jealousy. Oh. The next is King. Keys. To dream of keys signifies a good, happy home, a good husband, a good wife, a good family. The poem. Many a key have I bought and sold, armoured in iron or chased in gold, but such a key did I ever see as that of King Orion's treasury. For he who wins it by love or art can unlock the shrine of the closest heart. If it touches a sleeping maiden's lips, she'll whisper in dreaming her wiles and slips. And he, be it a pleasure or be it pain, all that you ask you must answer again. Be it pain or be it pleasure, she must tell it all true of her heart's best treasure. But woe is me, far under the sea lies hidden in silence that wonderful key, and ne'er till the mermaids return it again can we know if a mortal speaks truly and plain. And were I now kissing that key so cold, this story, perhaps, love had never been told. The next is King, and to dream of a king alone. This is mercy, favours, forgiveness, and justice. The poem. I sat lonely in the twilight, dreaming o'er the mystic page, where the Song of Songs is written by King Solomon the sage. It befell while I was reading that the page before mine eyes vanished like a mist receding, and I saw a landscape rise. I behold the lost Jerusalem in its glory as of old, and the temple in the moonlight with its pinnacles of gold. while the sleepless monarch, turning on his bed, a soul possessed, battled with quenchless yearning and the demons of unrest. Then he slept, and his slumbers past, the angels good and ill stole the dream that woke those numbers, which were ages' breath and thrill. 'Twas a dream, whence came I knew not, from below or from above, but it whispered to Ben David visions marvellous of love. Oh, I like that. That's very, very nice. The next, guys, is lake. Now, if we dream of a tranquil lake, its joy, its content, it's all very positive, you know, it's like balance, having emotions settled, it's having that emotional support as well. It means a lot of things now. Lach tranquillorum inde est morum. A lake indicates quiet and gentle manners. That's what that means in Latin. The poem. This placid lake, my gentle girl, be emblem of thy life, as full of peace and purity, as free from care and strife. No ripples on its tranquil breast, that dies not with the day, no pebble in its darkest depths, but quivers in its ray. And see how every glorious form and pageant of the skies, reflected from its glassy face, a mirrored image lies. So be thy spirit ever pure, to God and virtue given, and thought and word and action bear the imagery of heaven. Yeah, I think quite like that. I think it's quite beautiful. Different, but yeah, it's very beautiful. Anyway, guys, that's it for this episode. When we come back, we will go to the M's and see what comes up in those. Many blessings. Hello, everyone. Thank you for returning. I want to thank you for the continued support. I absolutely appreciate it. I really, really do. And we're continuing now with Poems of Dreams. We're now on Moonlight. And to dream of moonlight is a beautiful omen. It can mean many things depending on the rest of the dream, but to dream of the moon and moonlight is always positive. The poems, the first one. The vision fled, the wind arose, the clouds were rent, they were drifted and scattered abroad, and as I looked and saw, where? Through the clear blue sky, the silver moon moved in light serene. A healing influence reached my heart, and I felt it in my soul that the voice of the angel was heard. I dreamed that I saw the new moon rise. Over my shoulder I gazed upon her. I made a wish and she met my eyes. And I'll tell you it truly, I will, on my honour. I did not wish for silver or gold, though I might have had them, or diamond or pearl. But I wish for that I might in love clasp hold, ere long to my bosom, my own dear girl. Full moon, high sea, great man shalt thou be, red dawning, stormy sky, bloody death shalt thou die. He sleepeth well, and in his dream is bright, under the moonbeams, chilly and white. The next is Morning Star. To dream of the morning or evening star, a shining clear and bright, means you will go on very much strange adventures. However, today, the morning star can be many things, and one of the things that the morning star does represent is Lucifer, because Lucifer's the angel of light. So it can mean many different things to many different people. It depends on their beliefs and it depends on the aspect of the dream, but in general, it's always a positive one. The poem. At night, methought in dream, a shape of sleepless beauty did appear. It stood like light on a careering stream of golden clouds which shook the atmosphere. A winged youth, his radiant brow did wear the morning star, a wild dissolving bliss. Over my frame he breathed, approaching near, and bent his eyes of kindling tenderness near mine, and on my lips impressed in lingering kiss, and said, A spirit loves thee, mortal maiden, how wilt thou prove thy worth? Then joy and sleep together fled, my soul was deeply laden, and to the shore I went to muse and weep, but as I moved, of my heart did creep a joy less soft, but more profound and strong than my sweet dream, and it forbade to keep the path of the sea shore, and that spirit's tongue seemed whispering in my heart, and bore my steps along. The murmur of a neighbouring stream induced a soft and slumberous dream, a pregnant dream within whose shadowy bounds he recognized the earth-born star, and that which glittered from afar, and, strange to witness, from the frame of the ethereal orb, then came intelligible sounds. And then we move on to music. He who heareth music in dreams shall receive joyful summons. It's all about joy, music. What gentle music wakens me and murmurs in my ear. Oh, mother, see, who can it be at this late hour so near? I hear no sound, no form I see. Sink to thy rest so mild. No serenade comes now to thee, thou poor and sickly child. It was no music born of earth that made my heart so light. Oh, mother, 'twas the angel's song that summoned me good night. The next is the nightingale. And to dream of a nightingale singing is an omen of pleasant news to come. The poem. I know a lovely maiden, would God that she were mine. Of milk-white pearls and yellow gold, she wears a garland fine. Of gleaming pearl and yellow gold, she wears a garland gay. She led me with her snow-white hand to a merry dance away. And when afar in foreign lands I lay beneath the tree, and dreamed I heard my own dear love call out so loud to me, and as I woke and gazed around, the dream had passed away. I only heard dim nightingale, nightingale girl, who sang upon the spray. Arise then, good companion, and ride through wood and grove. Thou wilt find that thy sweetheart has taken another love. I tarried not, I waited not, but rode o'er rock and wold, and heard the wild birds sing around, the young birds and the old. I tarried not, I waited not, till I my dearest found. Ah, how couldst thou forgot the love to whom thy heart was bound? Ah, how could I forget thee? Bright diamond, thou art, whom I have worn enshrined so long within my heart. Oh, nymphs. Now, back then to dream of nymphs, it was melancholy, like sadness. Especially if it was to do with water nymphs, it was very melancholy. Now, there is many different meanings to nymphs in dreams. There's some fun, some positive, some negative, but you have to put the whole dream together, so. Anyway, the poem. And the much softness lulled me to sleep, when in a vision, as it seemed to see, triumphal music from the flood arose, and when the sovereign we embarked at sea, and 'twas by fair London for his pleasure rose, whose tender welcome the glad city shows, the people swarming on the pestered shores, and the cold waters overspread with oars. A troop of nymphs came suddenly on land, in the full end of this triumphal sound, and me encompassed, taking hand in hand, casting themselves about me and around, and so down set them on the easy ground, bending their clear eyes with a modest gaze upon my swart and melancholy face. The next one. Alas, the moon should ever beam, to show what man should never see. I saw a maiden on a stream, and fair was she. I stayed a while to see her throw her tresses back, that all beset the fair horizon of a brow, whose clouds were of jet black. I stayed a little while to view a cheek that wore in places of red the bloom of water tender bloom, daintily spread. I stayed to watch a little space, the parted lips, if she would sing. The waters closed above her face, with many a ring, and still I stayed a little more. Alas, she never comes again. I throw my flowers from the shore, and watch in vain. I know my life will fade away. I know that I must, for I am made of mortal clay. But she is very divine. And the next is owl. To dream of owl is good fortune. It usually entails of an eccentric character. To hear their cry can mean sorrow. But also, today, an owl can mean wisdom and knowledge, and it can even mean a spirit guide as well. So, the poem. A grim night on the earth did frown, and I in careful bed had laid me down. Wherefore, Musician, that with sweetest breath had wont to lull my watchful sense asleep, the ghastly owl, the fatal bird of death, that on my chamber wails therein did keep, in my poor trembling heart impressed deep, the fears of death with her too loudly note, which oft she strike through her baleful throat. Bishop Bruno awoke in the dead midnight, and he heard his heart beat loud with affright. He dreamt he had rung the palace bell, and the sound it gave was his passing knell. Bishop Bruno smiled at his fears so vain. He turned to sleep and he dreamt again. He rang at the palace gate once more, and death was the porter that opened the door. He started up a fearful dream, and he heard at his window the screech owl scream. Bishop Bruno slept no more that night. Oh, glad was he when he saw the daylight. And that's the end of this part, guys. Thank you so much for listening. I truly appreciate it. And I do hope that you come back to enjoy the rest of the poems. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to Poems of Dreams. We're going to start this episode with pearls. Margaritae significant lacrimarum flumen. Pearls signify a torrent of tears. Sayest thou, on her dishevelled hairs, fair pearls in order set? Believe, young man, all those were tears, by wretched wooers sent, in mournful hyacinth and rue, that figure discontent, which, when not warned by her view, by cold neglect each one, congealed to pearl and stone, which precious spoils upon her she wears as trophies of her honour. Ah, then consider what all this implies. She that will wear thy tears would wear thine eyes. See these pearls that long have slept. These were tears by Naiada wept. For the loss of Marinelle, tritons in the silver shell, treasured them till hard and white as the teeth of Amphitrite. Interesting. The next is phantoms. To dream of phantoms means silently you are flitting around. There's a foreboding and an evil approaching. I'm not sure what it means to dream of phantoms now, but that's what it was in 1855. We meet, as men, see phantoms in a dream, which glide and sigh and sign, and move their lips, but make no sound, or, if they utter voice, 'tis but a low and undistinguished moaning, which has nor word nor sense of uttered sound. They shall be told, ere Babylon was dust, the Magus Zoroaster, my dead child, met his own image walking in the garden. That apparition, soul of men, he saw. For know, there are two worlds of life and death. One, that which thou beholdest, but the other is underneath the grave, where do inhabit the shadows of all forms that think and live, till death unite them and they part no more. Dreams and the light imaginings of men, and all the faith creates or love desires, terrible, strange, sublime, and beauteous shapes. There thou art, and dost hang, arriving shade, mid whirlwind people mountains, all the gods are there, and all the powers of nameless worlds, vast, sceptred phantoms, heroes, men, and beasts, and Demogorgon, a tremendous gloom. The vision that before her shone through all the maze of blood and storm is fled. 'Twas but a phantom form, one of those passing rainbow dreams, half light, half shade, which fancy beams paint on the fleeting mist that roll in trance or slumber round the soul. And now we shall move on to rain. To dream of rain is destruction in love. These weeping skies, these weeping skies, they weep so much that I weep too, and everything like Mary's eyes, around, above, below, looks blue. Such days as these will never do. My muse can never soar again. Her wings are wetted through and through. She tries to fly, but all in vain. Oh, skies that weep so much will kill the muses and their servant, love. Their home is on the sunny hill, where naught is blue, but heaven above. How beautiful is the rain after the dust and heat, in the broad and fiery street, in the narrow lane. How beautiful is rain, how it clatters along the roofs, like the tramp of hoofs, how it gushes and struggles out from the throat of the overflowing spout. Across the window pane it pours, and swift and wide with a muddy tide, like a river down the gutter roars. The rain, the welcome rain. Rainbow is next. To dream of your rainbow is a promise, and it can also mean an omen to watch. Be careful of your money. Watch what you're doing with your money. So it kind of depends what else is in the dream to what a rainbow means. Triumphal arch that fills to the sky when storms prepare to part. I ask not proud philosophy to teach me what thou art, for faithful to its sacred page, heaven still rebuilds thy span, nor lets the type grow dim with age that first spoke peace to man. Look upon the rainbow and praise him that made it. Very beautiful it is in the brightness thereof, and the hands of the Most High have bended it. Where shall we seek a symbol for the fair soul of that woman who suffers much, yet ever looks up to God, who, however she may weep and bleed within, ever appears calm and smiling to the world, and who can neither be agitated nor darkened by the storms of life? Where but in heaven there bends the rainbow, the clouds and winds break it not, it beneath ever in the light of its sun. Its drops become beautiful hues, and it reposes in heaven as the gleaming morning dew of a lovely day. Next, we move on to seashells. To dream of seashells is a journey beyond the sea, a long journey, or it's possibly a reminder of things that have long passed or returning into your life, which may be a good thing or a bad thing. Of pearly hue within, and they that lustre have imbibed in the sun's palace porch, where, when unyoked, his chariot steel wheel stands midway in the wave. Shake one, and it awakens. Then apply its polished lips to your attentive ear, and it remembers its august abodes, and murmurs as the ocean murmurs there. That poem's just about the listening to the sea. When you put the shell to your ear and you can hear the sea. The next one, Concha Veneris. Where erst the sea waves gentle swell, in murmurs met my ear. The sorrows of the breathing shell I heard, and yet I bear. 'Twas melting Venus stored with sighs of love, this tender token, and never its sweet sympathies shall cease till it is broken. I dreamed last night you brought me shells, great shells of chocolate and pearl. Oh, those long cones with open bells, use to put emerald locks in curl, and large white cups with scalloped rim, cut out like waves so sharp and fair. And if the sea had willed, though lost, their mother's mark they still should bear. Serpents and snakes. To dream of a serpent or snake back then was said to bring about something brutal, ill-natured, treachery from man, treachery from someone. A snake coiling and twisting back then was sickness and imprisonment. Killing them was an omen of victory and success. Snakes today, they are a sign that Well, they can mean fertility, actually. And they are quite positive, are snakes. Snakes are very cunning, for example. And it's sort of, they come to you as to warn you that someone is doing you dirty behind your back. So listen to it when it comes. Treading on serpents, you will overcome your enemies. And in my day methought I went to search out what might there be found, and what the sweet bird's trouble meant, that thus lay fluttering on the ground. I went and peered, and could descry no cause for a distressful cry, but yet for her dear lady's sake, I stooped, methought, the dove to take. When lo, I saw a bridge, on the bridge a bright green snake, coiled around wings and neck, green as the herbs on which it couched. Close by the dove, its head it crouched, and with the dove it eaves and stirs, swelling its neck, and she swiveled hers. I woke. It was the midnight hour, the clock was echoing in the tower. But, though my slumber was gone by, this dream it would not pass away. It seemed to live upon my eye, and thence I vowed, this self-same day, with music strong and saintly song, to wander through the forest bare, lest aught unholy linger right there. Well, that's interesting. Anyway, we're going to move on now to the next poem. And remember, it's not a bad sign to dream about snakes. It used to be, but it's not now. The next is tree. If you dream of a flourishing, vigorous tree, it's a sign of good fortune and happiness. If it's a tree that's lying on the ground, that's unloved and dead, then this is a sign of broken love or broken marriage, such things like that. The dream of the Odenwald. A tree stood in the Odenwald, with many a blooming bough, and there I had a true love once. Where is my true love now? A wild bird sat amid the flowers, from eve to early dawn. We sat beside the tree for hours, yet still the bird sang on. Still seated by the linden tree, beside the running stream. Oh dearest, have I been by thee, or was it all a dream? And when again I sought the tree, upon the ground it lay. Another lover held thy hand, the dream had passed away. And here I stand in Switzerland, far from the bird and thee. Around me lies the drifting snow, and all is sad to see. Oh, it's quite sad, actually. The next is voices. So dreaming of voices that call out to you. It's about, well, back then it was about someone was willing to show you their trueness in love. The poem is, and as the noble Moringa slept by a garden wall, he dreamed that from the heaven above he heard an angel call, awake, awake, thou Moringa, and hasten for thy life, the very day so far away, for knife and wed's thy wife. The next poem. Voice after voice hath died away, once in my dwelling heard. Sweet household, name by name have changed, to grief's forbidden word. From dreams of night on each I call, each of the far removed, and waken to my own wild cry, where are ye, my beloved? In the silence of the midnight, when the cares of the day are o'er, in my soul I bear the voices of the loved ones that goes before. And they, words of comfort whispering, tell they'll watch on every hand. And I love to list voices from the spirit land. But here my living life returned, I heard and in my soul discerned two voices in the air. And that's the end of this part, guys. Thank you for listening to Poems of Dreams, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to Poems of Dreams. So, this will be the last one, guys. And we're starting with winds. To dream of a gentle wind blowing is a favourable omen for lovers, but a wild and a stormy wind that blasts things means there's going to be a harsh thing to deal with in life. Sing high, sing low, thou moody wind, it skills not for thy glee, is ever of a fellow kind with mine own fantasy. Go, sadly moan, or madly blow, in fetterless free will, wild spirit of the clouds. But no, I ride thy comrades still, loving thy humours, I can be sad, wayward, wild and mad, just like thee. Go, go with light and noiseless wing, fan yonder murmuring stream, brood o'er it as a sainted thing, the spirit of its stream. Give to its voice a sweeter tone of calm and heartfelt gladness, or to those old trees woe begone, and moan of deeper sadness. It likes me still, for I can be all the sympathy of heart, like thee. Rush forth in maddened wrath, to rouse the billows of the deep, and in the blustering storm carouse with fiends that never weep. Go, tear each flattering rag away, out-shriek the mariner, and hoarsely knell the mermaid's lay of death and shipwreck drear. What wreck, I, since I still dare be, harsh, fierce, and pitiless like thee? Blow as thou wilt, blow anywhere, wild spirits of the sky. It matters not, earth, ocean, air, still echoes on my cry. I follow thee, for where thou art, my spirit too must be. While each chord of this wayward heart thrills to thy minstrelsy, and he that feels so sure must be meet, co-mate, for a shrew like thee. Go, go thou, gentle whispering wind, bear this sigh, and if thou find where my cruel fair doth rest, cast it in her snowy breast, so inflamed by my desire, it may set a heart afire. And that's the poem of the beautiful wind. Now we're on woods and forests. To dream of a quiet wood is a sign of solace, solitude, melancholy. Sunny and green, then is its profit and pleasure. At last I dreamed that I had wandered far in an old wood, fresh washed in coolest dew. The maiden splendours of the morning star shook in steadfast blue. Enormous elm tree, boles did stoop and lean upon the dusky brushwood underneath. Their broad-curved branches, fledged with clearest green, new from its silken sheath. There was no motion in the dumb dead air, not any song of bird or sound of mill. Gross darkness of the inner sepulchre is not so deadly still, as the wide forest grows of jasmine turned their humid arms, festooning tree to tree, and at the root, through lush green grasses burned, the red and mourn, the anemone, the smell of violets hidden in green, poured back into my empty soul and frame, the times when I remember to have been joyful and free from blame, and from within me a clear undertone thrilled through mine ears in that blissful clime. Pass freely though, through the wood in all thine own, until the end of time. The next is young. To dream that you're young again, it's wishing of times that have long passed. It's bringing back the days long forgotten, the days you want to relive, but it can also be a sign of disgrace, apparently. Sad dreams, as when the spirit of our youth returns in sleep, sparkling with all the truth and innocence once occurs of ours, and leads us back in mournful mockery of the shining track of our young life, and points out every ray of hope and peace we've lost somewhere along the way. She dreamed, and in a dream, behold, the scenes of childhood backward rolled to that fair sunny spot where she had roamed, a weary child, by crystal, stream, and leafy wild, beside a mountain cot. Again the flowers of spring had come, sweet voices filled the air, the music of the insects' hum she dreamed was everywhere. To her the charming spheres were rife, all nature seemed replete with life. But how elusive were the scenes to which that dream had led her fancy, and how soon they fled and left her lifeless there. And now it's farewell, thou land of dreams, because it's the end. Farewell, farewell, thou land of dreams, where youth and I together dwelt. Could I, where flow those mystic streams, but felt once more as I have felt, could I those wandering streams beside, but dream life's tranquil hours away, could I at noon and eventide here roam as in life's silly days? Farewell, farewell, thou land of dreams. The drama sighs his last adieu. The dreamer as asleep, adieu, adieu. Mountains and vales and murmuring streams, scenes which my early childhood knew, fond memory oft will turn to trace the haunts of my unclouded hours, when his heart was hope dwelling place, and all life's paths were strewed with flowers. So the dreams depart, so the fading phantoms flee, and the sharp reality now must act its part. The end. And that has been the poems of Mystical Dreams. Thank you so much for listening. I do truly appreciate it. I love old poems, anything old, books, poems, stories, anything. I absolutely love. So, yeah, I appreciate that you came along with me. Many blessings. Hello and welcome back to my channel. Wisteria here. So this is the twisted tale of Aladdin. So yeah, it's the one that I was told growing up. Once upon a time there was a poor boy called Aladdin. He had no parents because they both died when he was young, and he ran away from a foster home because he hated it there. He had no trade in which he could earn any money from, so most days consisted of him having to steal food, finding places to sleep at night, which sometimes would take him all day anyway. Aladdin did not seem interested in making his life better at all. He just got by day to day with stealing. One particular hot afternoon, Aladdin was sat by a stream of water. Suddenly, a tall shadow loomed over him, and a reflection appeared in the stream. Immediately, he turned around, and there stood a tall, rather gaunt man, but he was well dressed in fine clothes, unlike Aladdin's rags. He clearly had money, was Aladdin's first thought. The man knelt down and asked if the boy was Aladdin, in which Aladdin nodded and replied wide-eyed and eager. The stranger then held out his arms and put them around Aladdin in delight, and introduced himself as his long-lost uncle, the magician Jafar. I have searched everywhere for you, my child. I have been worried sick. It took me a long time to get here, but at last, I finally found you." Well, Aladdin could not believe his luck at this uncle, and with the money he would have too. The first thing his uncle did was take Aladdin for new clothes and throw away the old rags. Then he took Aladdin to a fancy restaurant where they ate the finest foods. During the meal, his uncle realized Aladdin had no trade and was lazy as far as he could tell. He told Aladdin he was to accompany him to the pyramids to obtain some special items that must be hidden away safely so no one could ever use them because they were way too powerful. Aladdin had nothing better to do, so agreed. And the next day, his uncle explained how he had to find a lamp, but not just any lamp. This one was with a ring, and these controlled the jinn, creatures that are genies. They're very powerful, but not to be messed with, not to be trusted, because they're dangerous. "But don't they grant wishes?" Aladdin asked. "At a price, dear boy, at a price." Once they reached the pyramid, Jafar knew the way to the hidden room. Aladdin followed and saw jewels of all colours, but his uncle told him not to touch anything because they belong to Solomon, and he doesn't want to feel Solomon's wrath. Aladdin was not happy at this at all, for he would never have to work again. The uncle finally sought out the lamp and ring and picked them up, and Aladdin angrily asked why he couldn't just use it. Jafar's uncle said he would never let anyone use these items. Aladdin, though, with nothing but, well, greed in his heart, pushed his uncle to the ground, took the ring and the lamp, and then upon leaving, grabbed an handful of gems, which caused the room's door to begin to close. Aladdin, being young and used to running, got out safely, but he left his uncle to rot in the room. No way out for him. Aladdin ran all the way back to his village, and he was smiling at all the items he had stolen, not caring indeed that he had murdered his uncle. Aladdin did not want to get rid of the jewels, so he put on the ring and rubbed it, and out came the genie. "Master, what is your wish?" What can you do for me?" asked Aladdin. "Anything, master, but I cannot bend free will." Aladdin asked for a palace for wealth, to be a prince, and have the finest treasures, all the food and drink he could ever want. The genie of the ring granted it all. Aladdin was a prince now with riches and a large castle, but he was alone and bored. He got out his servants, and he would line them up and take it out of them, the fact that he was lonely, the fact that he was hurt. Also, when his servants took him out, whenever a poor person begged, he gave them an apple, and considering what he could have done for them, this was a small gesture, but at least it was something. While out with his servants this one particular time, though, he spotted a young princess. So beautiful she was, and she was giving food hampers to the poor and blankets to keep them warm at night. Aladdin immediately introduced himself, but the Princess Jasmine was unimpressed with Aladdin. He said to her, "How dare you turn me down? I am a prince. I even have a magic carpet. I am wealthy." Princess Jasmine said, yes, you may have all that, but you cannot love clearly, and that is enough for me, just love." "Why bother with love when you can have everything you want?" replied Aladdin, trying to tempt her. He visited her every day, giving her a different jewel every time he did. He did not pay attention to her wants and needs, but bragged of all the riches, and by the last day, which was the 7th day, she still was not interested, and he demanded back the jewels in which he had given her. The princess said, "I gave them to the poor. Don't you have plenty enough already?" Aladdin became enraged, and before leaving, told the princess she would be his wife. Princess Jasmine just ignored him and continued to work with the poor. When Aladdin got back, he immediately summoned the genie in the ring, but that was no use, because he would not mess with free will. Again, Aladdin was enraged and smashed the ring to pieces, setting the genie free to return home. So Aladdin then regretted this, but he remembered the lamp. He searched for it in his piles of gold until he found it and rubbed it. Out came the genie of the lamp and said, "Yes, master, what is your wish? Make Princess Jasmine my wife." "There is a price for this, master. Are you willing to understand the payment and understand this cannot make Princess Jasmine love you?" "But she will be my wife," replied Aladdin. "Yes, she will, master." So Aladdin wished it. The next day, Princess Jasmine did indeed come, and though she seemed in a daze of some sorts, she did marry Aladdin. The next day, however, even though she was his wife, and she lived with Aladdin, she did not care for him, nor knew why she had married him. Herself away from him, argued with him, began to hate him. She could not even leave the castle. Every day she told Aladdin the truth. He was greedy and miserable, and she hated him. Those were the words that always left her mouth when near him. She didn't know why she could not leave, but every time she tried, she ended up back in her room. Her parents never came either. She was unhappy and so very sad and lonely. Aladdin, over time, because he was hated by his wife, began to drink heavily and demanded things of her, forcing things upon her. He drank more and more and became more volatile, filled with more hatred. Aladdin began to see images of his dead uncle and the poor people he did not help, and he went completely insane. Aladdin killed himself through torment and drink. Once he was dead, the spell was broken, and Jasmine immediately was set free. She decided she would set the genie free too, and she left the palace and gave all the riches to the poor. She gave them the pick of whatever they wanted. Princess Jasmine returned home. Both her parents were nowhere to be found. Apparently, they disappeared when she ran off with the prince, the maid told her. The princess actually lived a very happy life and helped the poor and married a wonderful man and had children. Aladdin, however, his soul went to hell, where he spent his days forever serving the jinns, being a slave forever, and never would he ever be freed. That was the price he had paid for all his riches. The end. Thank you for listening. I truly appreciate it. And if you can hear my big Dougal, my Dougal Pie, my big dog, he's snoring in the background because I tend to read him asleep. So yeah, I'm sorry if you can hear that. He has a very big snore. He's a big dog. Please hit the like, share if you can, and subscribe if you have not. Thank you so much for listening, and many blessings. Hi everybody, welcome back to my channel. It's Wisteria here, and let us adventure now into the twisted tale of the Piper. The Pied Piper, only twisted. Long ago, in a small English village, a man who played a delightful pipe arrived. The children were very curious of this new person, and every day the children visited the piper, listening to his stories about how he came from another realm and his adventures there. One day, a child said to him, "So why have you come here? Why here to this place?" "For a better life," he said. "A better life, mister? You're dreaming a bit there, I say, for you won't find that here. Our parents are always drunk. If we went missing, sir, I doubt they would care. Nor notice, less a mouth to feed, I should think." The young lad that spoke was Charlie, generally the cheeky one with all the mouth. "I say, Mr. Piper, I've got a deal for you. Just hear me out, all of yous. You idols. And you'll say to all the parents, you can bring us back for a price. And if our parents pay, we split it. If not, we come to your land with you. Since we wouldn't be wanted here. I mean, sounds like a great place. The piper tried to speak up, but the lad interrupted him, saying, they all agreed, don't we, kiddies? And the rest said yes, with wide eyes of excitement. So no matter what the piper wanted to say, it went unheard. First, though, sir, Mr. Piper, well, which do you prefer? In fact, never mind, anyway. We need to get the adults to believe thou art magic. And thy pipe can move all things from one place to the next. We must fool them. But I need to think. Let me think, yeah? Let me think. Well, the piper said, I can bargain cheese with the rats of the village and have them follow me out behind my pipe. You just need to be sure that the adults see what I'm doing. So, this gave the children an idea. You could do it on church day. That ought to get 'em all looking before they pile into that church. Ah, yes, that could work, replied the piper. So all the days before the church, the children told their parents of how a magical piper was in town, and he could find anything with his music and relocate it. He's coming, you know, to get rid of all the rats, you'll see. So the rumour was set and carried through the village. The piper did indeed bargain with the rats, but they would only stay out of the village for a while, because it was their home too. The piper agreed to this. As Sunday came and everyone was congregated before church, the piper's music they heard first, and all went silent. They were mystified as they all witnessed the piper leading the rats out of the village in one long line. It was talk of the whole village. Now when the piper returned, a hero's welcome he got, a good meal and good ale. A few days later, things began to settle. The children wanted to make their disappearing act. They had to do it all at once, because they figured one at a time wouldn't bother the parents much. So, this is what they did. They made their disappearing act one night. When all the children were called for supper, no one came. Some parents didn't seem to care, carried on as normal, giving the children's portion of food to their husbands. However, some indeed wanted to know where their children were, and the only thing they could think to do was ask the piper. Of course, the piper agreed to help, but the pay they were not willing to give the piper, and he could not trust them to pay after he brought the children payment. It had to be up front. Unfortunately, the children were right. As it turned out, the parents were just not that bothered and paid nothing. So the piper left the village and told the children. I thought as much. So, with you it is then to your land. The piper said nothing, and he did indeed lead them into Feyland. But what he had no time to say and tell the children, it was too late now, anyway. Human children in Feyland have the light sucked from them, leaving them nothing but shadows of who they used to be, grey and dreary with no fun and no smile. That's exactly what happened to all the kids. Every single one of them is still in Feyland today, aimlessly wandering that land, miserable, not growing, no light left within them, no soul. You see, it's like a drug to the fairies. Children's light. Maybe the Pied Piper knew what he was doing all along. Maybe he went along with the plan because then he didn't have to steal the children unwillingly. Who knows? Of course, it only took a few days later for the rats to return to the village. Having visited elsewhere, they returned carrying the plague, and the whole village died. I guess you should be grateful, on the other hand, that we didn't seek the new pastures. But then again, would you want to stay behind with the plague? It's a difficult one, that, isn't it? If you're an adult going into Feyland, well, maybe it would be different. But a child, you're there as a drug. Yeah, and that is the story of the Pied Piper, and how he took the children to Feyland and used them all as drugs. Thank you for listening. Many blessings. Hello everyone, Wisteria here. Welcome back to another tale from the Brothers Grimm, The Wolf and the Seven Kids. There was once an old nanny goat who had 7 kids, and she was just as fond of them as the mother of her children. One day she was going into the woods to fetch some food for them. She called them all up and said, "My dear children, I am going into the woods. Beware of the wolf. If once he gets into the house, he will eat you all up, skin and hair and all. The rascal often disguises himself, but you will know him by his rough voice and his black feet." The kids said, "Oh, we will be very careful, dear mother. You may be quite happy about us." Bleating tenderly, the old goat went off to her work. Before long, someone knocked at the door and cried, "Open the door, dear children. Your mother has come back and brought something for each of you." But the kids knew quite well, by the voice, that it was not the mother but the wolf. "We won't open the door," they cried. "You are not our mother. She has a soft, gentle voice, but yours is rough, and we are quite sure that you are the wolf." So he went away to a shop and bought a lump of chalk, which he ate, and it made his voice quite soft. He went back and knocked at the door again and cried, "Open the door, dear children. Your mother has come back and brought something for each of you." But the wolf had put one of his paws on the windowsill, where the kids saw it and cried, "We won't open the door. Our mother has not got black feet as you have. You are the wolf." So then the wolf ran to the baker and said, "I have bruised my foot. Please put some dough in it." And when the baker had put some dough on his foot, he ran to the miller and said, "Strew some flour over my foot." The miller thought, the old wolf is going to take somebody in, and refused. But the wolf said, "If you don't do it, I will eat you up." So the miller was frightened and whitened his paws. People are like that, you know. Now the wretch went for the third time to the door and knocked and said, "Open the door, children. Your dear mother has come home and has brought something for each of you out of the wood." The kids cried, "Show us your feet first, then we may show you are our mother." He put his paws on the windowsill, and when they saw that they were white, they believed all he had said and opened the door. Alas, it was the wolf who walked in. They were terrified and tried to hide themselves. One ran under the table. The second jumped into bed. The third into the oven. The fourth ran into the kitchen. The fifth got in the cupboard. The sixth into the washtub. The seventh hid in the tall clock case. But the wolf found them all but one, and made short work of each and every single kid, other than the one he did not find. He swallowed one after the other, and it was the youngest one in the clock case, whom he did not find, that was left behind. When he had satisfied his appetite, he took himself off and lay down in a meadow outside, where he soon fell asleep. Not long after, the old nanny goat came back from the woods. Oh, what a terrible sight met her eyes. The house. The door was wide open. The table, chairs, and benches were all overturned. The washing bowl was smashed to atoms. The covers and pillows torn from the bed. She searched all over the house for her children, but nowhere were they to be found. She called them by name, one by one, but not one answered. At last, though, when she called to the youngest, a tiny voice cried, "I am here, dear mother, hidden in the clock case." She brought him out, and he told her that the wolf had come and devoured all the others. You may imagine how she wept over her children, and at last in her grief she went out, and the youngest kid ran by her side. When they went into the meadow, there lay the wolf under a tree, making the branches shake with his snores. They examined him from every side, and they could plainly see movements within his distended belly. "Oh, heavens," thought the goat. "Is it possible that my poor children, whom we ate for his supper, should still be alive?" She sent the kid running to the house to fetch scissors, needles, and thread. Then she cut a hole in the monster's side, and hardly had she begun when a kid popped out its head. And as soon as the hole was big enough, all six jumped out, one after the other, all alive, and without having suffered one injury. For in his greed, the monster had swallowed them whole. You may imagine the mother's joy. She hugged them and skipped about like a tailor on his wedding day. At last she said, "Go fetch me some big stones, children, and we will fill up the brute's body while he is asleep." Then the 7 kids brought a lot of stones as fast as they could carry them, and stuffed the wolf with them till he could hold no more. The old mother quickly sewed him up, without his having noticed anything or even moved. At last, when the wolf had had his sleep out, he got up, and, as the stones made him feel very thirsty, he wanted to go to the spring to drink. But as soon as he moved, the stones began to roll about and rattle inside him. Then he cried, "What's the rumbling and tumbling that sets my stomach grumbling? I thought 'twas 6 kids, flesh and bones. Now find it's naught but rolling stones." Finally he managed to reach the spring, and stooped over the water to drink. The heavy stones dragged him down, and he was drowned miserably. When the 7 kids saw what had happened, they came running up and cried aloud, "The wolf is dead! The wolf is dead!" And they and their mother capered and danced round the spring in all their joy. The end. That's a beautiful tale of the kids and the wolf. Thank you for listening. I truly appreciate it. and many blessings. Hello everyone and welcome to Storytime with me, Wisteria. This fairy tale is called The Singing Bone by the Brothers Grimm, of course. In a certain country, there was once a great lamentation over a wild boar that laid waste the farmer's fields, killed the cattle, and ripped up people's bodies with its tusks. The king promised a large reward to anyone who would free the land from this plague. But the beast was so big and so strong that no one dared to go near the forest in which it lived. At last, the king gave notice that whosoever should capture or kill the wild boar should have his only daughter for his wife. Now there lived in the country two brothers, two sons, I guess, of a poor man, and I do guess because they looked poor, who declared themselves willing to undertake the hazardous enterprise. The elder was crafty and shrewd, out of pride the younger, who was innocent and simple, from a kind heart. The king said, "In order that you may be more sure of finding the beast, you must go into the forest from opposite sides." So the elder brother went in on the west side, and the younger on the east. When the younger had gone a short way, a little man stepped up to him. He held in his hand a spear and said, "I give you this spear because your heart is pure and good. With this you can boldly attack the wild boar, and it will do you no harm." The younger brother thanked the little man, shouldering the spear, and took it, and he went on fearlessly. Before long he saw the beast, which rushed at him, but he held the spear towards it, and in its blind fury it ran so swiftly against it that its heart was split in two. Then he took the monster on his back and went homewards with it to the king. As he came out at the other side of the wood, there stood at the entrance a house where people making merry with wine and dancing. His elder brother had gone in here, and thinking that after all the boar would not run away from him, was going to drink until he felt brave. But when he saw his young brother coming out of the wood, laden with his booty, his envious evil heart gave him no peace. He called out to him, "Come in, dear brother, rest and refresh yourself with a cup of wine." The youth, who suspected no evil, went in and told him about the good little man who had given him the spear wherewith he had slain the boar. The elder brother kept him there until it was quite evening. Then together they went away, and when in the darkness they came to a bridge over a brook, the elder brother let the other go first. When the younger brother was halfway across, the elder brother gave him such a blow from behind that the younger fell down dead. The elder brother buried him beneath the bridge, took the bow, and carried it to the king, pretending that he had killed it, whereupon he obtained the king's daughter in marriage. When his younger brother did not come back, he said, the boar must have killed him, and everyone believed it. But as nothing remains hidden from God, so this black deed also was to come to light. Years afterwards, a shepherd was driving his herd across the bridge and saw lying in the sand beneath a snow-white little bone. He thought that it would make a good mouthpiece, so he clambered down, picked it up, and cut out of it a mouthpiece for his horn. But when he blew through it the first time, to his great astonishment, the bone began, of its own accord, to sing. "Ah, my friend, thou blowest upon my bone. Long have I lain beside the water, my brother slew me for the boar, and took for his wife the king's daughter. What a wonderful horn, said the shepherd. It sings by itself. I must take it to my lord, the king. And when he came with it to the king, the horn again began to sing its little song. The king understood it all, and caused the ground below the bridge to be dug up, and then the whole skeleton of the murdered man came to light. The wicked brother could not deny the deed, and was sewn up in a sack and drowned. But the bones of the murdered man were laid to rest in a beautiful tomb in the churchyard. The end. And that's the wonderful story of the Singing Bone by Brothers Grimm. Thank you for listening. Please hit that like. It's absolutely free and it does help. Share if you can, I would truly appreciate it. And consider subscribing. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back. Wisteria here. So this fairy tale is called The Gifts of the Little People by Brothers Grimm. A tailor and a goldsmith were journeying together when one evening, just as the sun had sunk behind the mountains, they heard the sound of distant music. It had a strange sound, but was so pleasing that they forgot their weariness and walked speedily ahead. The moon had already risen when they arrived at the hill, upon which they viewed a large number of small men and women who were holding hands and dancing around and cheerfully singing with the greatest pleasure and happiness. That was the music that the wanderers had heard and followed. An elderly man, somewhat larger than the others, sat in their midst. He wore a brightly coloured jacket, and his ice grey beard hung down over his chest. Filled with amazement, the two wanderers stopped and watched the dance. The old man mentioned and did a motion to them. He mouthed something. They're not sure what he mouthed, but he motioned as well for them that they should come and join in. And the little people voluntarily opened their circle. The goldsmith, who had a hump on his back, but was bald rather than self-conscious, stepped right up. The tailor, at first, was a little shy and held back, but as soon as he saw what fun it was, he took heart and joined in. They closed the circle again, and the little people sang and danced wildly. However, the old man took a broad knife that had been hanging from his belt, sharpened it, and looked at the strangers. They were frightened, but they did not have to worry for long. The old man grabbed the goldsmith, and with the greatest speed, smoothly shaved off his beard and the hair from his head. Then the same thing happened to the tailor. Their fear disappeared when the old man patted them friendly on their shoulders, as if to say that they had done well, letting it all happen without resisting. With his finger, he pointed toward a pile of coal that lay nearby, and indicated to them through gestures that they should fill their pockets with it. They both obeyed, although they did not know of what use the coal would be to them. Then they went on their way to seek out a place they could spend the night. They had just arrived in a valley when the bell from a neighbouring monastery struck 12. The distant sound of the little people singing ceased instantly. The two wanderers found shelter, lying on beds of straw. They covered themselves with their jackets. They were so tired that they forgot to take the coal out of their pockets first. When they awakened, it was earlier than normal by a heavy weight pressing down on their limbs. They reached into their pockets and could hardly believe their eyes when they saw that they were not filled with coal, but pure gold. Further, their hair and their beards had also been fully restored. Now they were rich. However, the goldsmith had twice as much as the tailor because, true to his greedy nature, he had filled his pockets better. However, much a greedy person has, he always wants more. So the goldsmith proposed to the tailor that they stay there another day in order to be able to gain even more wealth from the old man on the mountain that evening. The tailor did not want to do this and said, I have enough. I'm satisfied. I'm going to become a master, marry my sweetheart, and be a happy man. However, to please the goldsmith, he agreed to stay one more night. That evening, the goldsmith hung several pockets over his shoulders in order to be able to carry everything and set off for the hill. As had happened the night before, he found the little people dancing and singing. The old man shaved him smoothly once again and indicated that he should take some coal. Without hesitating, he packed away as much as his pockets would hold and then happily returned home. Covering himself with his jacket, he said, I can bear it if that gold presses down on me. With the sweet idea that he would awaken tomorrow a very rich man, he fell asleep. When he opened his eyes, he got up quickly in order to examine his pockets. How astounded he was that he pulled out nothing but black coal, however often he reached inside. Anyway, I still have that other gold, the gold from before, he thought to himself, and reached for it. Horrified, he saw that it too had turned back into coal. He struck himself on the forehead with his grimy hand and felt that his entire head was as bald and smooth as his beardless chin. Nor was that the end of his misfortune. He suddenly noticed that in addition to the hump on his back, a second one of the same size had grown on his chest. Now he recognized the punishment for his greed and began to cry aloud. The good tailor, who had awakened by all this, consoled the unhappy man as best he could, saying, You're my travelling companion, and you can stay with me now and live from my treasure. He kept his word, but the poor goldsmith had to bear 2 humps and cover his bald head with a cap as long as he lived. Thus giving people the lesson, being too greedy gets you nowhere. The end. That's a wonderful Brothers Grimm tale, and it is so like them, isn't it? They always have this lesson within their tales, and I like that. Please hit that like, share if you can. If you've not yet subscribed, please consider doing so, because it does really help. Many blessings. Hi everybody, welcome back. Wisteria here. This is the tale of Rapunzel, as told by the Brothers Grimm. There was once a man and his wife who had long wished in vain for a child, when at last they reasoned to hope that heaven would grant their wish. There was a little window at the back of their house, which overlooked a beautiful garden full of lovely flowers and shrubs. It was, however, surrounded by a high wall, and nobody dared to enter it, because it belonged to a powerful witch, who was feared by everyone. But it seems that heaven did grant the wish for them to have a daughter. One day, the woman, standing at this window and looking into the garden, saw a bed planted with beautiful rampion. It looked so fresh and green that it made her long to eat some of it. This longing increased every day, and as she knew it could never be satisfied, she began to look pale and miserable, and to pine away. She was craving it when pregnant. Then her husband was alarmed and said, What ails you, my dear wife? Oh, lass, she answered, if I cannot get any of the rampion from that garden behind our house to eat, I shall die. Her husband, who loved her, thought, before I let my wife die, I must fetch her some of that rampion, post haste, no matter what it may come. So in the twilight, he climbed over the wall into the witch's garden, hastily picked up a handful of rampion and took it back to his wife. She immediately dressed it and took it back to eat very eagerly in her room. It was so very, very nice that the next day her longing for it increased threefold. She could have no peace unless her husband fetched her some more. So in the twilight he set out again, but when he got over the wall, he was terrified to see the witch before him. How dare you come into my garden like a thief, steal my rampion, she said, with angry looks. It will be the worse for you, I assure you, man. Oh, but alas, he answered, be merciful, please, to me. I am only here from necessarily means. I think that means it was a necessity. My wife sees your rampion from the window, and she has such a longing for it that she would die if she could not get some of it. The anger of the witch abated, and she said to him, if it is as you say, I will allow you to take away with you as much rampion as you like, but on one condition. You must give me the child which your wife is about to bring into the world. I will care for it like a mother, and all will be well with it. In his fear, the man consented to everything, and when the baby was born, the witch appeared and gave it the name of Rapunzel, meaning rampion, and took it away with her. Rapunzel was the most beautiful child under the sun. When she was 12 years old, the witch shut her up in a tower which stood in the wood. It had neither staircase nor doors, and only a little window quite high up, and it was very high up in the wall. When the witch wanted to enter the tower, she stood at the foot of it and cried, Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair. Rapunzel had splendid long hair, as fine as spun gold. As soon as she heard the voice of the witch, she unfastened her plaits and twisted them round a hook by the window. They fell 20 ells downwards, and the witch climbed up by them. It happened a couple of years later that the king's son rode through the forest and came close to the tower. From thence he heard a song so lovely that he stopped to listen. It was Rapunzel, who in her loneliness made her sweet voice resound to pass by the time. The king's son wanted to join her, and he sought for the door of the tower, but there was none to find. He rode home, but the song had touched his heart so deeply, that he went into the forest every day to listen to it. Once, when he was hidden behind a tree, he saw a witch come to the tower and call out, Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair. Then Rapunzel lowered her plaits of hair, and the witch climbed up to her. If that is the ladder by which one ascends, he thought, I will try my luck. And the next day, when it began to grow dark, he went to the tower and cried, Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair. The hair fell downward at once, and the king's son climbed up by it. At first Rapunzel was terrified, for she had never set eyes before on a man, But the king's son talked to her kindly and told her that his heart had been so deeply touched by her song that he had no peace, and he was obliged to see her. Then Rapunzel lost her fear, and when he asked if she would have him for a husband, and she saw that he was young and handsome, she thought, "He will love me better than the old Mother Gothel," she said to herself. Then answered yes, and laid her hand in his. She said, "I will gladly go with you, but I do not know how I am to get down from this tower. When you come, will you bring a skin of milk? No, no, that won't work. A skin of silk with you every time. I will twist it into a ladder, and when it is long enough, I will descend by it, and you can take me away with you on your horse. Make sure it is silk, though. The milk won't work." She arranged with him that he should come and see her every evening, for the old witch came in the daytime. The witch discovered nothing until suddenly Rapunzel said to her, "Tell me, Mother Gothel, how can it be that you are so much heavier to draw up than the young prince who will be here before long?" "Oh, you wicked child, what dost thou say? I thought I had separated you from all the world, yet you have deceived me." In her rage, she seized Rapunzel's beautiful hair, twisted it twice round her left hand, and snatched up a pair of shears and cut off the plaits, which fell to the ground. She was so merciless that she took poor Rapunzel away into the wilderness, where she forced her to live in the greatest grief and misery. In the evening of the day on which she had banished the poor Rapunzel, the prince still came, and the witch fastened the plaits which she had cut off. She tied them to the hook by the window. So when the prince did come and call, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair," she lowered the hair. The prince climbed up, and there he saw the witch. He thought it would be his beloved Rapunzel, but the witch, who looked very angry and her eyes extremely wicked. "Ah," she said mockingly, "you have come to fetch your lady love, but the pretty bird is no longer in her nest, and she can sing no more, for the cat has seized her, and it will scratch your eyes out. Definitely scratch your eyes right out. Rapunzel is lost to you. You will never see her again." The prince was beside himself with grief, and in his despair, he sprang out of the window. He was not killed, but his eyes were scratched out by the thorns, among which he fell. He wandered about, blind in the wood, and had nothing but roots and berries to eat. He did nothing but weep and lament over the loss of his beloved wife Rapunzel. In this way he wandered about for some years, till at last he reached the wilderness where Rapunzel had been living in great poverty with the twins who had been born to her, a boy and a girl. He heard a voice which seemed very familiar to him, and he went towards it. Rapunzel knew him at once, and fell weeping upon his neck. Two of her tears fell upon his eyes, and they immediately grew quite clear, and he could see as well as he ever could before. He took her to his kingdom, where he was received with so much joy, and they lived a long, happy life together, Rapunzel and the prince. The end. That is the Brothers Grimm version of Rapunzel. Slightly different, but I'm sure we've all heard that traditional tale now. Thanks for listening. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Brothers Grimm Tales. This one is called Briar Rose, definitely by the Brothers Grimm. A long time ago there lived a king and queen who said every day, if only we had a child. But for a long time they had none. It fell out once, as the queen was bathing, that a frog crept out of the water onto the land and said to her, your wish shall be fulfilled. Before a year has passed, you shall bring a daughter into the world. The frog's words came true. The queen had a little girl who was so beautiful that the king could not contain himself for joy, and prepared a great feast. He invited not only his relations, friends, and acquaintances, but the fairies, in order that they might be favourably and kindly disposed towards the child. There were 13 of them in the kingdom, but as the king had only 12 golden plates for the fairies, he decided that he would only invite 12, and one of the fairies would have to stay at home. The feast was held with all splendour, and when it came to an end, the fairies all presented the child with a magic gift. One gave her virtue, another beauty, a third riches, and so on with everything in the world that she could wish for. When 11 of the fairies had said what they needed, the 13th suddenly appeared. She wanted to revenge herself for not having been invited. Without greeting anyone, or even glancing at the company, she called out in a loud voice, the princess shall prick herself with a distaff in her 15th year, and shall fall down dead. And without another word, she turned and left the hall. Everyone was terror-struck, but the 12th fairy, whom wish was still unspoken, stepped forward. She could not cancel the curse, but she could soften it. That's what she could do. So she came forth and said, the princess shall not fall to death, but just to a deep sleep, lasting 100 years, into which your daughter shall now fall. The king was so anxious to guard his dear child from this misfortune that he sent out a command that all distaffs in the whole kingdom should be burned. As time went on, all the promises of the fairies came true. The princess grew up as beautiful, modest, kind, and clever, that everyone who saw her could not but love her, just as was foretold. Now it happened that on the very day when she was 15 years old, the king and queen were away from home, and the princess was left quite alone in the castle. She wandered here and there about over the whole place, looking at rooms and halls as she pleased. At last she came to an old tower. She ascended a narrow winding staircase and reached a little door. A rusty key was sticking in the lock, and when she turned it, the door flew open. In a little room sat an old woman with a spindle, spinning her flax busily. "Good day, Granny," said the princess. "What are you doing?" "I'm spinning," said the old woman, and nodded her head. "What is the thing that whirls round so merrily?" asked the princess, and she took the spindle and tried to spin too. But she had scarcely touched it before the curse was fulfilled, and she pricked her finger with the spindle. The instant that she felt the prick, she fell upon the bed, which was standing near, and lay still in a deep sleep, which spread over the whole castle. The king and queen, who had just come home, had stepped into the hall, went to sleep, all their courtiers with them. The horses went to sleep in the stable, the dogs in the yard, the doves on the roof, the flies on the wall. Yes, even the fire flickering on the earth grew still and went to sleep. The roast meat stopped crackling. The cook was pulling the Scullion's hair because he had made some mistake, let him go and went to sleep. The wind dropped, and on the tree in front of the castle not a leaf stirred. But round the castle a hedge of briar roses began to grow up. Every year it grew higher, till at last it surrounded the whole castle so that nothing could be seen of it, not even the flags on the roof. But there was a legend in the land about the lovely sleeping Briar Rose, as the king's daughter was called, and from time to time princes would come and try to force their way through the hedge into the castle. They found it quite impossible and would get trapped within the briar roses, which held them fast so that they could not move. Princes remained caught in them without being able to free themselves, and died a miserable death. After many, many years, a prince came again to the country, and heard an old man tell of the castle which stood behind the briar hedge, in which a most beautiful maiden called Briar Rose had been asleep for the last 100 years. And with her slept the king and queen and all her courtiers. He knew also from his grandfather that many princes had already gone and tried to seek out the princess through the briar hedge, and had remained caught in it and died a sad death. Then the young prince said, "I'm not afraid. I am determined to go and look upon the lovely Briar Rose. It's my destiny." The good old man did all he could to try and prevent and dissuade him, but the prince would not listen to his words. Now, however, the 100 years were just ended, and the day had come when Briar Rose was to wake up again. When the prince approached the briar edge, it was in blossom, and was covered with beautiful large flowers, which made way for him of their own accord, and they let him pass unharmed, and then closed up again behind him, so it was nothing more than a hedge. In the courtyard he saw the horses and brindled hounds lying asleep. On the roof sat the doves, with their heads bowed and their wings asleep. And when he went into the house, the flies asleep on the walls, and near the throne lay the king and queen. In the kitchen was the cook, with his hand raised as though about to strike the scullion, and the maid sat with the black fowl in her lap, which was about to be plucked. He went on further, and all was still that he could even hear his own breathing. At last, he reached the tower and opened the door into a little room where Briar Rose was sleeping. There she lay, looking so beautiful that he could not take his eyes off her. He bent down and gave her a kiss, and as his lips touched hers, Briar Rose opened her eyes and looked lovingly at him. Then they went down together, and the king woke up on the queen and all the courtiers and looked at each other with astonished eyes. The horses in the stable stood up and shook themselves. The hounds leaped about and wagged their tails. The doves on the roof lifted their heads from under their wings, looked around, and flew into the fields. The flies on the walls began to crawl again. The fire in the kitchen roused itself and blazed up and cooked the food, the meat, and it began to crackle. And the cook boxed the scullion's head. And the maid finished plucking the fowl. Then the wedding of the prince and Briar Rose was celebrated with all splendour, and they lived happily until they died. The end. That's actually the story of Sleeping Beauty, but it is obviously Brothers Grimm version, which is called Briar Rose. Thank you for listening and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to Storytime with Wisteria. This is Red Riding Hood by the Brothers Grimm. There was once a sweet little maiden who was loved by all who knew her. But she was especially dear to her grandmother, who did not know how to make enough of the child. Once she gave her a little red velvet cloak. It was so becoming, and she liked it so much that she would never wear anything else. And so she got the name Red Riding Hood. One day her mother said to her, "Come here, Red Riding Hood. Take this cake and a bottle of wine to grandmother. She is weak and she is ill, and they will do her good. Go quickly before it gets hot, and don't loiter by the way or run, or you will fall down and break the bottle, and there would be no good wine for grandmother. When you get there, don't forget to say good morning prettily, without staring about you." "I will do just as you tell me," Red Riding Hood promised her mother. Her grandmother lived away in the woods, a good half-hour from the village. When she got to the wood, her grandma was a good half-hour from the village, so it was a fair walk. But she did meet a wolf along the way, in the woods. But Red Riding Hood did not know what a wicked animal he was, so she was not a bit afraid of him. "Good morning, Red Riding Hood," he said. "Good morning, Wolf," she answered. "Whither away so early, Red Riding Hood?" "To grandmother's." "What have you in your basket?" "Cake and wine. We baked yesterday, so I'm taking a cake to Granny. She wants something to make her well." "Where does your grandmother live, Red Riding Hood?" "A rather good quarter of an hour further into the wood, definitely away from the village. Her house stands under 3 big oak trees, near a hedge of nut trees, which you must know," said Red Riding Hood. The wolf thought, "This tender little creature will be a plump morsel. She'll be nicer than the old woman. I must be cunning and snap them both up." He walked along with Red Riding Hood for a while. Then he said, Look at the pretty flowers, Red Riding Hood. Why don't you look about you? I don't believe you even hear the birds sing. You were just as solemn as if you were going to school. Everything else is so gay out here in the woods. Red Riding Hood raised her eyes, and when she saw the sunlight dancing through the trees and all the bright flowers, she thought, I'm sure Granny would be pleased if I took some time, a bunch of fresh flowers. It's still quite early. I shall have plenty of time to pick them for her. So she left the path and wandered off among the trees to pick the beautiful flowers. Each time she picked one, she always saw another pretty one further on, so she went deeper and deeper into the forest. In the meantime, the wolf went straight off to Grandmother's cottage and knocked at the door. Who is there? Red Riding Hood, bringing you a cake and some wine. Open the door. Press the latch, cried the old woman. I'm too weak to get up. The wolf pressed the latch and the door sprang open. He went straight in and up to the bed without saying a word and ate up the poor old woman. Then he put on her nightdress and nightcap, got into bed and drew the curtains. Red Riding Hood ran about picking flowers till she could carry no more. And then she remembered her grandmother again. She was astonished when she got to the house to find the door open. And when she entered, everything just seemed strange. It didn't feel right at all. She felt quite frightened, but she had no idea why. Generally, I like coming to see you, Grandmother, so much, she thought. She cried, Good morning, Grandmother, but she received no answer. Then she went up to the bed and drew the curtains back. There lay her grandmother, but she had drawn her cap down over her face. She looked very odd. Oh, Grandmother, what big ears you have got, she said. The better to hear you with, my dear. Grandmother, what big eyes you have got. The better to see you with, my dear. What big hands you have got, Grandmother. The better to catch hold of you with, my dear. But, Grandmother, what big teeth you have got. The better to eat you up with, my dear. Hardly the wolf said this. Then he made a spring out of bed and devoured poor little Red Riding Hood. When the wolf had satisfied himself, he went back to bed and was soon snoring very loudly. A huntsman went past the house and thought, How loudly the old lady is snoring. I must see if there's anything the matter with her. So he went into the house and up to the bed, where he found the wolf fast asleep. Do I find you here, you old sinner, he said. Long enough have I sought you. He raised his gun to shoot, when it just occurred to him that perhaps the wolf had eaten up the old lady, and that she might still be saved. So he took a knife and began cutting open the sleeping wolf. At the first cut, he saw the little red cloak. After a few more slashes, the little girl sprang out and cried, Oh, how frightened I was! It was so dark inside the wolf. Next, the old grandmother came alive, but hardly able to breathe. Red Riding Hood brought some big stones, with which they filled the wolf, and that when he woke and tried to spring away, they dragged him back, and he fell down, dead. They were so very happy now. The huntsman skinned the wolf and took the skin home. The grandmother ate the cake and drank the wine, which Red Riding Hood had brought, and she soon felt quite strong. Red Riding Hood thought to herself, I will never again wander off into the forest as long as I live, if my mother forbids it. The end. And though you might think we have somewhat of a large wolf snoring here, that's just Dougal, my dog, snoring away. It's a big dog, but it's not a wolf. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for listening to Red Riding Hood by the Brothers Grimm. Many blessings. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to my channel. Wisteria here. This is called The Devil and His Grandmother by the Brothers Grimm. Here was a great war, and the king had many soldiers, but gave them small pay, so small that they could not live upon it. So 3 of them agreed amongst themselves to desert. One of them said to the others, if we are caught, we shall be hanged on the gallows. How shall we manage it? Another said, look at that great cornfield. If we were to hide ourselves there, no one could find us. The troops are not allowed to enter it, and tomorrow they are to march away. They crept into the corn. Only, the thing is, the troops did not march away, but remained lying all round about. They stayed in the corn for 2 days and 2 nights, and were so hungry that they all but died. But if they had come out, their death would have been certain. Then said they, what is the use of our deserting if we have to perish miserably here? But now a fiery dragon came flying through the air, and it came down to them and asked why they were hidden themselves. They answered, we are 3 soldiers who have deserted because the pay was so bad, and now we shall have to die of hunger if we stay here, or to dangle on the gallows if we go out. If you will serve me for 7 years, said the dragon, I will carry you through the army. No one shall seize you. We have no choice, so we have to accept, the soldiers replied. Then the dragon caught hold of them with its claws, carried them away through the air and over the army, put them down again on the earth, far from it. But the dragon was no other than the devil. He gave them a small whip and said, whip with it and crack it, and then as much gold will spring up around and about as you wish for. Then you can live like great lords. Keep horses, drive your carriages, but when the 7 years have come to an end, you are my property. Then he put in front of them a book which they were all forced to sign. I will, however, then set you a riddle, said the dragon, and if you guess that, you shall be free and released from my power. Then the dragon flew away from them, and they went away with their whip, had gold in plenty, ordered themselves rich clothes, travelled the world. Wherever they were, they lived in pleasure and magnificence, rode on horseback, drove in carriages, ate and drank, but did nothing wicked. The time slipped quickly away. When the 7 years were coming to an end, 2 of them were terribly anxious and alarmed. But the third took matters easily and said, brothers, fear nothing. My head is sharp enough. I shall guess the riddle. They went out into the open country and sat down, and the 2 pulled sorrowful faces. Then an aged woman came up to them, who inquired why they were so sad. Alas, they cried, how can that concern you? After all, you cannot help us. Who knows, she replied. Confide your troubles to me. So they told her that they had been the devil's servants for nearly 7 years, and that he had provided them with gold plentiful, as if it had been blackberries, but that they had sold themselves to him and were forfeited to him if at the end of the 7 years they could not guess a riddle. The old woman said, "If you are to be saved, one of you must go into the forest. There he will come to a fallen rock, which looks like a little house. He must enter that, and then he will obtain help." The two melancholy ones thought to themselves, "That will still not save us," and stayed where they were. But the third, the merry one, got up, walked on into the forest until he found the rock house. In the little house, however, a very aged woman was sitting, who was the devil's grandmother, and asked the soldier where he came from and what he wanted there. He told her everything that had happened, and, as he pleased her well, she had pity on him and said she would help him. She lifted up a great stone which lay above a cellar and said, "Hide yourself there. You can hear everything that is said here. Only sit still, do not stir. When the dragon comes, I will question him. I shall ask him of your riddle. He tells everything to me, so listen carefully to his answer." At 12 o'clock at night, the dragon came flying there, asked for his dinner. The grandmother had the table, served up food and drink, so that he was pleased. They ate and drank together. In the course of the conversation, she asked him what kind of day he had. How many souls had he got? "Nothing went very well today," he answered, "but I have laid out 3 soldiers. I have them safe." "Indeed, 3 soldiers. That's something like. But they may escape you yet." The devil said mockingly, "They are mine. I will set them a riddle, which they will never in this world be able to guess." "What riddle is that?" she inquired. "I will tell you. In the great North Sea lies a dead dogfish. That shall be your roast meat, and the rib of a whale shall be your silver spoon, and the hollow old horse's hoof shall be your wine glass." When the devil had gone to bed, the old grandmother raised up the stone and let out the soldier. "Did you pay careful attention to everything?" she asked. "Yes," said he. "I know enough." Then he had to leave another way through the window, secretly, and with all his speed reach his companions. He told them how the devil had been tricked by the old grandmother, and how he had learned the answer to the riddle from him. Then they were all joyous and out of good cheer, and took the whip and whipped so much gold for themselves that it ran all over the ground. When the 7 years had fully gone by, the devil came with the book, showed the signatures, and said, "I will take you with me to hell. There you shall have a meal. If you can guess what kind of roast meat you will have to eat, you shall be free and released from your bargain, and may keep the whip as well." Then the first soldier said, "In the great North Sea lies a dead dogfish. That, no doubt, is the roast meat." The devil was angry and began to mutter, "Hmm, hmm, hum." And then he asked the second, "But what will the spoon be?" "The rib of a whale. That is to be our silver spoon." The devil made a wry face, again growled, "Hmm, hmm, hmm," and said to the third, "And do you also know what your wine glass is to be?" "An old horse's hoof is to be our wine glass." The devil flew away with a loud cry and had no more power over them. But the three kept the whip, whipped as much money for themselves with it as they wanted, and they lived a happily, very fulfilled life until their very end. And that's the story of the devil and his grandmother by the Brothers Grimm. Please hit that like, share if you can, and consider subscribing if you like stories. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello there, everyone on the podcast. This is Wisteria. This tale is called The Frog Prince by the Brothers Grimm. In the olden time, when wishing was some good, there lived a king whose daughters were all beautiful, but the youngest was so lovely that even the sun, that looked on many things, could not but marvel when he shone upon her face. Near the king's palace there was a large dark forest, and in the forest, under an old lime tree, was a well. When the day was very hot, the princess used to go into the forest and sit upon the edge of the cool well. And when she was tired of doing nothing, she would play with a golden ball, throwing it up in the air and catching it again. And this was her favourite game. Now, on one occasion, it so happened that the ball did not fall back into her hand stretched out, but dropped to the ground and rolled straight into the well. The princess followed it with her eyes, but it disappeared, for the well was so very deep, and it was quite impossible to see the bottom. Then she began to cry bitterly, and nothing would comfort her. As she was lamenting in this manner, someone called out to her, "What is the matter, princess? Your lamentations would move the heart of a stone." She looked round towards the spot whence the voice came, and saw a frog stretching its broad, ugly face out of the water. "Oh, it's you, is it, old Splasher? I'm crying for my golden ball, which has fallen into the water." "Be quiet, then. Stop crying," answered the frog. "I know just what to do. But what will you give me if I get you back your plaything?" "Whatever you like, you dear old frog," she said. "My clothes, my pearls, my diamonds, or even the golden crown upon my head." The frog answered, "I care neither for your clothes, your pearls and diamonds, not even your golden crown. But if you'll be fond of me, let me be your playmate, sit by you at the table, eat out of your plate, drink out of your cup, and sleep in your little bed. If you will promise to do all this, I will go and down and fetch that ball. Down I will go deep, but I will bring the ball, your ball. Promise anything you'd like to ask, if only you were to get my ball." She thought, what is the silly old frog chattering about? He lives in a well, croaking with his mates. He can't be the companion of a human being. As soon as the frog received her promise, he ducked his head under the water and disappeared. After a little while, he came back back with the ball in his mouth and threw it onto the grass behind her. The princess was so full of joy when she saw her pretty toy again, picked it up and ran off with it. "Wait, wait," cried the frog. "Take me with you. I can't run as fast as you can." But what was the good of his crying, "Croak, croak," as loud as he would? She did not listen to him, but hurried home and forgot all about the poor frog. And he had to go back to his well. The next day, as she was sitting at dinner with the king and all the courtiers eating out of a golden plate, something came flopping up the stairs. Flip, flap, flop, flap. When it reached the top, it knocked at the door and cried, "Youngest daughter of the king, you must let me in." She ran to see who it was, and when she opened the door and saw the frog, she shut it again very quickly and went back to the table, for she was very much frightened. The king saw that her heart was beating very fast and said, "My child, what is the matter? Is there a giant at the door, wanting to take you away?" "Oh, no," she said. "It's not a giant, but a hideous frog." "What does a frog want with you?" "Oh, father dear, last night when I was playing by the well in the forest, my golden ball fell into the water, and I cried, and the frog got it out for me. And then, because he insists on it, I promised that he would be my playmate. But I never thought that he would come out of the water. But there he is, and he wants to come into me." He knocked at the door for a second time and sang, "Youngest daughter of the king, take me up, I sing. Knowest thou not what yesterday thou to me didst say by the well in Forest Dell? Youngest daughter of the king, take me up, I do sing." "Then," said the king, "what you have promised, you must perform. Go and open the door for him." So she opened the door, and the frog shuffled in, keeping close to her feet, till he reached her chair. And then he cried, "Lift me up beside you." She hesitated, till the king ordered her to do it. When the frog was put on the chair, he demanded to be placed upon the table, and then he said, "Push your golden plate nearer, that we might eat together." She did as he asked her, but very unwillingly, as could easily be seen on her face. The frog made a good dinner, but the princess could not swallow a morsel. At last he said, "I have eaten enough, and I'm tired. Carry me into your bedroom and arrange your silken bed, that we might go to sleep." The princess began to cry, for she was afraid of the clammy frog, which she did not dare to touch, and which was now to sleep in a pretty silken bed. But the king grew very angry and said, "You must not despise anyone who has helped you in your need." So she seized him with 2 fingers and carried him upstairs, where she put him in the corner of her room. When she was all comfortable in her bed, he crept up to her and said, "I'm tired, and I want to go to sleep as well as you. Lift me up, or I will tell your father." She was so angry, picked him up, and threw him with all her might against the wall, saying, You may rest there as well as you can, you hideous frog. But when he fell to the ground, he was no longer an hideous frog, but a handsome prince with beautiful, friendly eyes. And at her father's wish, he became a beloved companion and husband. He told her that he had been bewitched by a wicked fairy, and nobody could have released him from the spells but she herself. Next morning, when the sun rose, a coach drove up drawn by 8 milk-white horses, with white ostrich plumes on their heads, golden harnesses. Behind stood a faithful Henry, the prince's body servant. The faithful fellow had been so distressed when his master was changed into a frog that he had caused 3 iron bands to be placed around his heart, lest it should break from grief and pain. The coach had come to carry the young pair back into the prince's own kingdom. The faithful Henry helped both of them into the coach and mounted again behind, delighted at his master's deliverance. They had only gone a little way when the prince heard a cracking behind him, as if something was breaking. He turned around and cried, "Henry, the coach is giving way." "No, sir, the coach is safe, I say. A band from my heart has falls in twain, for long I have suffered woe and pain, while you a frog without a well, enchanted were by witch's spell." Once more he heard the same snapping and cracking, and then again. The prince thought it must be some part of the carriage giving way, but it was only the bands round faithful Henry's heart, which was snapping because of his great joy at his master's deliverance and happiness. The end. And that's the Brothers Grimm tale of, well, I guess it's the Frog and the Princess. But being the Brothers Grimm, as you know, the fairy tales, they were very, very different. They were not the same. They were never meant to be the same. Also, I want to mention that there is, in fact, a part that says where he tells the princess that he was enchanted by a wicked fairy. But at the end, faithful Henry says enchanted by a witch's spell. That's because a witch and a fairy back then were one and the same. So that's why there's the word change there, because it doesn't make any difference back then. They were the same. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back. This fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm is called Clever Hans. It's one of my least favourites. Not that I don't like all of Brothers Grimm tales, I do. But this is definitely one of my least. "Where are you going, Hans?" asked his mother. "To see Gretel," answered Hans. "Behave well, Hans." "All right, mother. Goodbye." "Goodbye, Hans." Hans comes to Gretel. "Good morning, Gretel." "Good morning, Hans. What have you brought me?" "I've not brought you anything. I want a present." Gretel gives him a needle. Hans takes a needle, sticks it in a load of hay, and walks home behind the cart. "Good morning, mother." "Good evening, Hans. Where have you been?" "I've been to Gretel's." "What did you give her?" "I gave her nothing, but she made me a present." "What did she give you?" "She gave me a needle." "What did you do with it?" "I stuck it in the hay cart." "That was stupid, Hans. You should have stuck it in your sleeve." "Never mind, mother. I'll do better next time." "Where are you going, Hans?" "To see Gretel, mother." "Behave well." "All right, mother. Goodbye. Goodbye, Hans. Hans comes to Gretel. Good morning, Gretel. Good morning, Hans. What have you brought me? I've brought nothing, but I want something. Gretel gives him a knife. Goodbye, Gretel. Goodbye, Hans. Hans takes the knife and sticks it in his sleeve and goes home. Good evening, Mother. Good evening, Hans. Where have you been? I've been to Gretel. What did you give her? I gave her nothing. She gave me something. What did she give you? She gave me a knife. Where is the knife, Hans? I stuck it in my sleeve. That's a stupid place, Hans. You should have put it in your pocket. Never mind, Mother. I'll do better next time. Where are you going, Hans? To see Gretel, Mother. Behave well, then. All right, Mother. Goodbye. Goodbye, Hans. Hans comes to Gretel. Good morning, Gretel. Good morning, Hans. Have you brought me anything? Nice. I brought nothing. What have you got for me? Gretel gives him a young kid. Goodbye, Gretel. Goodbye, Hans. Hans takes the kid, ties its legs together, and puts it in his pocket. When he got home, it had suffocated. Good evening, Mother. Good evening, Hans. Where have you been? I've been to see Gretel, Mother. What did you give her? I gave her nothing, but I brought away something. What did Gretel give you? She gave me a young kid. What did you do with the young kid? What did you do with it, Hans? I put it in my pocket, Mother. That was very stupid. You should have tied it by a rope. Never mind, Mother. I'll manage better next time. Where are you going, Hans? To see Gretel, Mother. Manage well, then. All right, Mother. Goodbye. Goodbye, Hans. Hans comes to Gretel. Good morning, Gretel. Good morning, Hans. What have you brought me? I brought you nothing. What have you got for me? Gretel gives him a piece of bacon. Goodbye, Gretel. Goodbye, Hans. Hans takes the bacon, ties a rope round it, and drags it along behind him. The dogs come after him and eat it up. When he got home, he had the rope in his hand, but there was nothing at the end of it. Nothing at all. Good evening, Mother. Good evening, Hans. Where have you been? To see Gretel, Mother. What did you take her? I took nothing, but I brought something away. What did she give you? She gave me a piece of bacon. What did you do with the bacon, Hans? I tied it to a rope and dragged it home, but the dogs ate it. That was a stupid business, Hans. You should have carried it on your head. Never mind, Mother. I'll do better next time. Where are you going, Hans? To see Gretel, Mother. Behave properly, then. All right, Mother. Goodbye. Goodbye, Hans. Hans comes to Gretel. Good morning, Gretel. Good morning, Hans. What have you brought me? I brought nothing. What have you got for me? Gretel gives Hans a calf. Goodbye, Gretel. Goodbye, Hans. Hans takes the calf and puts it on his head. He kicks his face. Good evening, Mother. Good evening, Hans. Where have you been? I've been to see Gretel, Mother. What did you take her? I took her nothing, Mother. She gave me something. What did she give you, Hans? She gave me a calf, Mother. What did you do with the calf? Put it on my head, Mother, and it kicked my face. That was very stupid, Hans. You should have led it by a rope and put it in the cow stall. Never mind, Mother. I'll do better next time. Where are you going, Hans? To see Gretel, Mother. Mind how you behave, Hans. All right, Mother. Goodbye. Hans goes to Gretel. Good morning, Gretel. Good morning, Hans. What have you brought me? I brought you nothing. I want to take away something. I'll go with you myself, Hans. Hans ties Gretel to a rope and leads her home. where he puts her in a stall and ties her up. Then he goes into the house to his mother. Good morning, Mother. Good evening, Hans. Where have you been? To see Gretel, Mother. What did you take her? I took nothing, Mother. I took nothing. What did Gretel give you? She gave me nothing. She came with me. Where did you leave Gretel? Tied up in the stable with a rope. That was stupid. You should have cast sheep's eyes at her. Cast sheep's eyes at her. Never mind. I'll do better next time. Hans went into the stable, plucked the eyes out of the cows and the calves, and threw them in Gretel's face. Gretel got angry, broke the rope, and ran away. Yet she still became Hans' wife. The end. And that's the story of Clever Hans by the Brothers Grimm. Not one of my most favourite tales, quite repetitive, I know. But thank you for listening and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back. Wisteria here. The next tale is The Bremen Town Musicians by the Brothers Grimm. Once upon a time, a man had an ass, which for many years carried sacks to the mill without tiring. At last, however, its strength was worn out. It was no longer of any use for work. Accordingly, its master began to ponder as to how best to cut down its keep. But the ass, seeing nothing, there was mischief in the air. The ass ran away and started on the road to Bremen. There, he thought he could become a town musician. When he had been travelling a short time, he fell in with a hound who was lying panting on the road as though he had run himself off his legs. Well, what are you panting so for, growler? Said the ass. Ah, said the hound, just because I am old, and every day I get weaker, and also because I can no longer keep up with the pack. My master wanted to kill me, so I took my departure. But now, how am I to earn my bread? Do you know what? Said the ass. I'm going to Bremen, and